Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'll let everyone finish finding their seats. We're going to get rolling here. We know that there might be still some people that are checking in, but we're going to at least kind of get started with some of the components here. So Diane Gerton with our town clerk's office is going to come up and she is going to read the call, and then we'll proceed from there. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
The annual town meeting of electors and citizens qualified to vote in the town meetings of the town of Killingly, Connecticut shall be held pursuant to section 701 of the Killingly Town Charter in the auditorium of the Killingly High School, 226 Putnam Pike, Killingly, Connecticut, on Monday, May 5th, 2025 at 7 p.m. to consider, modify, and/or approve the following. Ordinance approving the operating budget for the town of Killingly for fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. Be it ordained by the Town Council of the town of Killingly that in accordance with section 1005 of the Town Charter, the budget for the town of Killingly, Connecticut for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026 in the amount of $23,643,255 allocated to general government and $47,938,817 allocated to education for a total combined budget of $71,582,072 be adopted. Killingly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman. Resolution setting the dates, times, and places of the annual town meeting and adjourned annual town meeting and machine vote on the 2025-2026 budget ordinance. Pursuant to Section 1007 of the Town Charter and Section 7-7 of the General Statutes, said town meeting at its conclusion will be adjourned, and the aforesaid ordinance, as submitted or amended, will be submitted to vote upon voting machines scheduled between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. Tuesday, May 13, 2025. The ordinance will be placed on the voting machines under the following heading. The dollar value of said questions shall be subject to change based on the amendments from the floor of the annual town meeting. Those voters approving the questions will vote yes, and those opposing the questions will vote no. Those voting no will have an additional advisory question. Is the budget too high or is the budget too low? Number one, shall the general government budget, for the town of Killingly, Connecticut, in the amount of $23,643,255 for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026 be approved? Number two, shall the education budget for the town of Killingly, Connecticut in the amount of $47,938,817 for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026 be approved? Voting will be held at the following polling places. Districts 1, 3, and 5 at the Board of Education Central Office, 79 Westfield Avenue in the cafeteria, Killingly, Connecticut. Districts 2 and 4, Killingly High School, 226 Putnam Pike, Killingly, Connecticut. Absentee ballots will be available on the afternoon of May 6, 2025. Please contact the town clerk at 860-779-5307 as soon as possible. All ballots must be issued in person according to Connecticut General Statutes. Killingly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman. I now open the floor to nominations for moderator of the annual town meeting.
Make a motion to nominate Mr. Anderson as moderator.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations?
Second.
Could I have a motion to close nominations?
Who
Already got
made
one.
that motion to close nominations? John LaBelle.
Okay. Is there a second?
Kevin Petula seconded.
All those in favor? All those opposed? All those in favor of Jason Anderson for moderator? All those opposed? I now turn the meeting over to Jason Anderson as moderator of the annual town meeting.
Thank you. I want to welcome you all this evening. Thank you for coming out and allowing your voices to be heard. And I would encourage anyone who is an eligible voter, meaning you are a registered voter in the town of Killenly, or you own $1,000 worth of property on the most recent grand list, if you haven't checked in and got a card, in order to vote during this meeting, you're going to need a card. So if you haven't done so, please head outside and check in at the table. We're going to start out with the town manager presenting her budget. At that point, we'll then go on to the superintendent's presentation. After the two presentations, we'll open the floor for deliberations on the town budget. Once we close deliberations on the town budget, we will then open deliberations on the Board of Ed budget. After we close deliberations on the Board of Ed budget, then we'll adjourn the meeting to a machine vote. That machine vote will be May 13th, and voting hours that day will be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Ms. Clorio, if you could, please.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. I will be going over kind of the summary part of this budget, and then more specifically the general government side and some of the changes that have taken place. I'll also review with you the town council's changes that they made to the budget during their deliberations, and then we'll proceed to the superintendent. So the first slide is just the grand list changes. So this year, this is the value of all the property that is assessed in the town. And this year, the grand list actually decreased. So what happened and why did that decrease happen? So we had an unfunded mandate from the state that hit all the municipalities this year, and that was the change in how motor vehicles are assessed. So previously, motor vehicles, just like your real estate, was assessed based on fair market value, based on October 1st. Our legislators changed that, our state changed that 3 years ago, but they delayed implementation of that, and their change was to make it based on a depreciation schedule. So they go back to manufacturer's suggested retail price, and they apply a depreciation value to that. What that did was that lowered the value of the motor vehicles on our grand list. And really, for anybody that's been listening, I've been screaming about this for the past 3 years. All it does is shift the tax burden from motor vehicle onto residential or commercial industrial. It comes over to the real estate side. So we initially had a drop of 16% of our motor vehicle. The town council, the legislators, from a lot of pushback, did make an option for the locals to be able to change that depreciation schedule. So instead of starting at 85% depreciation value, you could start at 90%, but it was a local option. The Killingly Town Council did adopt that local option, so that did mitigate some of that loss, but there's still a loss to our grand list. The second unfunded mandate that's really hitting our budgets collectively this year is also the state imposed a cap on tuition payments for our VOAG program, and that cap is at 58% of the total tuition. So in the current fiscal year, we have a $400,000 hole in revenue because of that change, which meant going into the upcoming year, there's a hole in revenue because we can no longer receive 100% of that tuition, and I'm sure the superintendent can go over that more, but I just wanted to capture those two significant state legislation pressures that are occurring on the budget. The next slide is just a historical view of the mill rate, and then the purple one at the end is the proposed one that is before you, so what's before you now. The two budgets, if adopted as presented, would generate a mill rate of 21.46. You can see that the orange years are our revaluation years, and that's typically the years that you see significant shifts within the mill rate, and that's because there's also significant shifts in the grand list. So if you go back to the grand list and you look at those same years, they're also highlighted in orange because those were revaluation years. The next couple of slides is an overview. It's also in your handouts that you have. I'm not going to read through every single number. That's a whole lot of numbers on a page. But just highlighting a couple of the changes. The town operations change, that one I will review with you in more detail, but that is a 4.26% increase. Debt service, we have an increase of almost $621,000. That's an 11% increase. That is for the KMS renovation and the Westfield Avenue renovation. So these were voter-approved capital projects and investments that were made. We're coming to the home stretch of the KMS renovation project, and we're getting, well under more than halfway on the Westfield Avenue renovations. And so this is us issuing short-term notes in order to be able to continue forward with those projects with cash flow. The capital projects section is reflecting the investment in capital projects. Note that there is no mill rate impact on those. Those are being funded either through fund balance or mostly through the additional revenue from Lake Road Generating. Lastly, the next slide is education, which again, I will leave that to the superintendent, but just note that unfunded mandate that I spoke about. If you look at the education revenues, you're going to see a decrease. That's because of that unfunded mandate. They had some additional revenue increases, so it's not as high as the 410,000, but that 350,000 is loss in revenue is largely because of that unfunded mandate. The next slide is just a graph view of the historical of all the different buckets and kind of what they look like on a pictorial standpoint. We'll pass that. The next one is the just in totality, what is the revenue? What are the pieces of the pie to our revenue? You'll note that the property taxes make up 56% of our revenue. Education revenue, which includes the education cost sharing grant that we get from the state. The education revenue is 25%. Lake Road Generating revenue is 7% of our overall revenues, and then additional grants and then services, those buckets make up about additional 9%, and the activated use of fund balance is about 3% of our overall budget. Likewise, the next one is the big picture bucket of where is the expenses? Where does that revenue get spent? So the largest portion of the expenses is Board of Education at just 67%, followed by town operations at just over 18%, debt service at 8.5%, and then capital improvements. So clearly, we kind of have all of those broken out to see from the bigger picture, how is your money being spent? Now I'm going to dive into the town side. So the town operations, this is how that 18% is broken up. So general government, think your town hall offices largely are what is in your general government percentage point, and that is 18%. Public Works, the highway department, our engineering offices, all things road and central garage related. That is Public Works. That's 25% of the overall budget. Recreational and cultural, that's the community center. That is recreation programming. That is also the library, and some civic events in there. That's 13%. Public health, safety, and community development. So that is our fire marshals, building officials, the law enforcement, and community development make up that grouping, and that's at 15%. Overall employee benefits and insurance, including our property insurance, and that property insurance is reflective for the town as a whole. That's 20%. Next slide. The next slide really went over what the town manager, what I proposed to the town council. These were some of those changes that I had incorporated within the budget. So when the town created our budget, when we started this process back in December and January, we take an approach of everybody has to, it's zero-based budgeting. So in other words, we take every line item, zero it out, and you have to justify why you're adding the things in. What's the cost? You have to get estimates on everything. And so we develop the budget. Some of the things that we also incorporate what the town councils and what we've heard from the townspeople is long-term goals. So one of the items that has been impactful from our state as well is early voting. The new requirements around doing early voting for the election process. It requires our registrars to have poll workers and polls open for 2 weeks prior to the election. That comes at an expense. And so early voting is about $41,000. In the upcoming year, it's anticipated that we'll be transitioning to having the community center at Westfield Avenue, which means the Westfield Avenue building transitions to becoming a town-managed space as opposed to a Board of Education managed space. So we need to bring those costs over to the town side, but also, so with that, we've also been communicating that we will need to have an additional full-time parks position. So right now we have 2 full-time parks positions that manage all of our parks and all of our public buildings the entire year. During the summer months, yes, we hire a couple of seasonals, but during the off months, it is 2 guys that handle all of it. With taking on the size complex of Westfield Avenue, we would need to hire an additional third full-time person to manage all of the plowing, all of the maintenance that goes with that property throughout the entire year. And so what I've proposed is putting only 50% of that cost in this budget. The other 50% of that parks position, the town receives funding from the NIPS deposit. Anybody remember what that is? So they put on a deposit on all nip bottles. It's 10 cents now, and because nobody can actually put them in the machines and actually get their 10 cents back, it all goes to the state, and the state issues the town where the nip was purchased. That's where that money comes to. So the town receives revenue from that, but it is the state legislation narrowly focused how that money can be spent. It can only be spent on the management of solid waste. A parks position would qualify for that, so 50% of that parks position is being paid for through that revenue, through that funding source that we cannot put in the budget. We had initially proposed $25,000 for additional expenses around the upcoming anniversary of our independence, and that would be around the red, white, and blue barbecue. The salt in the in the storm management account. So over the past couple of years, we've been reducing the amount that was in the regular operating budget for the cost of salt, largely because there was a healthier balance in the storm management reserve, and so we were reliant on that. This year, we have spent a good amount out of that reserve, and so what we're looking to do is add back into the budget the average annual cost for salt. We roughly go through between about 3,000 tons of salt in a given winter. Some years are heavier for material, some are lighter, but this is bringing that back to an average annual operational cost for that salt. We had proposed the purchase of a UTV for our law enforcement, so that way they could navigate some of our open spaces and trails and also utilize it during our large-scale events for better access and coverage. Remember I had mentioned Westfield Avenue. We had increased the town side of our budget to incorporate half a year of expenses for that building. That's at $90,000. And restating the funding to our IT reserve to manage cybersecurity, new software product rollout that needs to occur, and upgrade and migration that has to happen in order to be able to maintain compliant with our ITs. As I mentioned before, debt service, that's another significant impact here. And then overall, we did reduce the use of fund balance for capital projects because we activated we activated the Lake Road generating funding now that we have a payment in lieu of agreement. No? I don't think so. There's the next one. The next one is with regards to human services subsidy. These were the requests from outside agencies to the town, and these were the various changes or requests, additional requests going to the town council. So that was all going, so if you came to the public hearing, these are all the same slides you saw from the public hearing. These were all things that were being proposed to the town council at the time of the public hearing. The next slide, we're going to go over what did the town council change. So they removed the additional $25,000 funding for the Independence Day celebration. So that will again be, we've been hosting that red, white, and blue barbecue for a long time, that celebration, and that has been by donors. We have some very gracious donors that has allowed us to do the fireworks and really hold that event. That will continue. This was to add some additional features to that, so that has been cut out of this budget. Legal services, a minor reduction, and that was because probate court finally gave us what their actual request is for next year, and it is a little bit less, so we wanted to take that savings. The next one, law enforcement. This removes a lateral position. So the town has a entry-level position that we're just onboarding now. We had still had a vacant lateral position. This removes that vacant lateral position. They also did remove the UTV from consideration. The highway, they did remove $277,000 of pavement management, and they further reduced utilization of fund balance because, again, that didn't have a mill rate impact. And then the bulk of the changes that occurred was within human services. So they deliberated on those outside agency requests, and they modified them. The one for the Housing Authority, that was for chair lifts for their stairs. That one they shifted into a capital project funded through capital funds, but the rest of them are reductions to those agencies. So the total cut on the town side was $538,000 for the Board of Education. They reduced the Board of Education's request in total by $1.8 million. They did increase a little bit more use of fund balance for operational purposes and modified the use for capital. So that reduced the request. If you remember from public hearing, we had a mill rate increase of 3.13 mills. That's what came to the town council for consideration for the public hearing. This proposed budget before you has a mill rate increase of 1.14 mills. So again, the next page is just some highlights. What does that even mean? Changes the different buckets and how do they impact the mill rate up and down. I'm going to actually go to the next one because I think this is, for me, easier to digest. What does this actually mean to your property tax bill, right? That's what everybody wants to know. What is it actually going to mean to my property tax bill? So I gave you examples, and again, these are only samples. I took actual properties from our grand list, and I put in what would it look like for these properties. And so an individual that had had a market value of about a little over $100,000 on the grand list for October 1st, their annual taxes would increase by $83 or $7 on a monthly basis. If your market value of your house is around $220,000, the total annual increase is $175 or about $15 a month. And then the property value that is close to $500,000 market value would have an increase in property taxes of $394 or about $33 a month. So that's just trying to, most of us know what our property value is estimated at. And if you want to check what's actually on the grand list, what's on your property card, what are you actually being taxed on, go to the website and look it up. I have links to all of these on the presentation. It's right on the front page. You can select property card, put in your address. It'll pull up your property card and you can see what the actual market value is, what the assessed value is, and then we even have a tax calculator on there so that way you can help you understand. If anybody has any hard times with any of those or just would want somebody to walk them through it, just call my office. We're more than willing to walk through that calculation with anyone just right over the phone. So the next slide has a lot of those resources. And then we have questions, but I will wait and pause as I turn the microphone over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Gloria.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Killingly High School. Thank you for coming out on this rainy evening. As we start, we may not have had enough copies of this slide presentation. If you'd like to scan that QR code on your phone, you can view this presentation electronically. So I'll give you just a moment to do that. All right, so in the next 15 minutes, I'll provide an overview of Killingly Public Schools, as well as the Board of Education's process for adopting their budget. Next, I will review the Town Council's adjustment to that budget, and lastly, I will review the proposed reductions and potential impact. All right. To provide context for this presentation, I supply a list of all the districts in Windham County. Killingly is the second largest among 17. Killingly's per pupil expenditure is $20,989, and this calculation that basically takes the number of students over the total expenditures. The county's average is $23,000 and the state average is $22,000. All right, and Killingly's current student enrollment is 2,414. These students are broken up amongst 5 schools. We currently have 59 students who are placed out of district. In this slide, you will see 10 prior years and 10 projected years of student enrollment here in Killingly. Killingly student enrollment remains steady. We are also an alliance district, along with all other K-12 districts with student enrollments of 1,000 or more in Windham County. This classification was established in 2012 by an accountability index, which I will share in the next slides. 36 districts are currently Alliance. As an Alliance district, we are held harmless from education cost-sharing grant funding, any of those reductions. And we also receive a grant, $328,000, which we use for the purposes listed on this screen. There is also a piece of legislation at the bottom of this slide, there is legislation moving through the legislative process right now that would drop Killingly from the alliance status. Just something to note. And as I mentioned, the Accountability Index is a way that the state initially classified alliance districts back in 2012. I am often asked how a district is released from an alliance status. In theory, a district should show steady growth on the 12 accountability indicators. Here is Killingly's overall growth on that indicator from 22-23 to the 23-24 school year. One indicator with strong growth is college and career readiness. Killingly students take more AP, dual enrollment, and career and technical courses, as well as meet more benchmarks for SATs, AP, and AP exams than neighboring high school students. This is in part to our thriving career center, known statewide as a model of success. We currently offer 29 career pathways. Additionally, we offer many student organizations, and most of these organizations compete and win nationally. From our ag department placing among the top 16 program in the nation, to our robotics team who were literally on Fox 61 News this morning talking about their first, second, and third place at nationals and their international titles. To our Technology Student Association, who are sending a team of 6 students to compete in the nationals next month. And those are just to name a few of our students' accomplishments that prepare them for life well beyond our walls. Another one of the accountability indicators where we see tremendous growth is student acceptance and enrollment in 2- to 4-year institutions. As you can see, Killingly is making great gains in that arena. You may have noticed all of the 171 pennants as you walked in tonight, each representing a student's acceptance into a post-secondary institution. And lastly, the indicator measuring our elementary students' growth on state testing has shown tremendous growth as well in reading and in math. So much so that KMS was awarded the School of Distinction from the State Department of Education for their growth. And now we all know that these accomplishments do come with a cost, but I, just like you, worry about where the state of education funding is headed. Schools do not live in bubbles immune to rising costs, yet our community expects and deserves these great accomplishments from Killingly Public Schools. School districts must become more forward-thinking and solutions-based. And that is what we have aimed to do. Our Therapeutic Academy will open in the fall, and while the 25-26 budget impact will be neutral, in subsequent years, we will see a tuition from this academy that will offset special education expenses. We have worked with the Sterling Board of Education to secure an agreement for Sterling students to come to KHS outside of the ag program. This would bring in tuition money to offset the Board of Education budget. Additionally, we have separated from EastCon and have taken on the mandated adult education services that all districts must provide. This move has saved us $98,000. And now, an overview of the Board of Education's adopted budget. We start the education budget process in October, and for 2 years, we have adopted a zero-based budgeting approach. If anyone would like to see what goes into a zero-based budgeting approach, there is a simplified example on this slide. So unlike traditional budgeting, where the previous year's spending is rolled over into the next year, we justify every ask, and if the justification is not strong enough, it does not make it into the budget. This year, the preliminary budget was reduced to $49.7 million, and the Board of Education adopted that budget in March. Salaries and benefits make up half of the $2.3 million increase. I will speak about the 300 and the 500 lines together and then come back to the 400 line. There is a large increase in the 300 line. This line houses all of the services we pay to consultants or specialists outside of our school to perform specific duties. This service can range from professional development, HVAC assessments, or specialized services for students such as monitoring hearing devices or neuropsych evaluations, but the primary reason that this line has increased substantially is due to the reduction in the 500 line. So, to ensure the success of our therapeutic academy for the first year, we are partnering with an agency providing clinical staff and organizational insight for this program. This is considered an educational consultant, and thus that expense is classified in the 300 line. However, if you draw your eyes to the 500 line, which is primarily special education tuition, although this line also has magnet school tuition as well as our armed security officers and our school resource officer, you will see we have a significant reduction in the amount of special education tuition from the 500 line, as we will bring many students back to district. This maneuver will allow the therapeutic academy to be budget neutral for next year. Back to the 400 line. This line is property-related service maintenance. These are services to maintain our property. It could include things such as boiler maintenance, copier leases, elevator services, sprinkler services, etc. The 600 line and the 700 line show an increase, mainly because supply and equipment lines were reduced last year in an effort to reduce the budget, and thus we are now restoring those items. Lastly, dues and fees are those costs for professional organizations, and other objects houses items such as course reimbursement as well as awards. This pie chart shows how all of the parts of the budget come together to make a whole. Killingly Public Schools also brings in revenue, from education cost sharing grant to various tuitions. You will notice there is a decrease in the tuition for ag sciences. The town manager spoke about this earlier. That is a result of legislation that caps tuition for magnet schools, which includes agriculture programs at 58%. I have included the legislation at the bottom of this page for a reference. And now, each year, there are deliberations, and the town council adjusts the Board of Education budget. The town council reduced the Board of Education's adopted budget $1.8 million. This would equate to a $554,000 increase over the 24-25 budget. So for context, this slide shows the education adopted budget, that is the budget adopted through referendum in the last several years. In years that the Board of Education has been significantly adjusted, budget has been significantly adjusted, several strategies have been applied to meet those reductions. When grants were more prevalent, we would use grant money to assist in lowering the budget. In past years, when we had many vacancies, we were able to reallocate those savings from unfilled positions to help reduce the budget. We also have reduced special education tuition lines, and we have eliminated positions, mainly those that have been vacant for some time. And so at current time, when we do not have those options that we previously used available as strategies, we must eliminate positions. We make these decisions based on several factors. The first is current vacancies. Hard-to-fill positions may be eliminated, or we may involuntarily move someone who is certified in that area to save another person in a position that would be eliminated. We also consider graduation requirements. There are 25 credits needed for graduation. We must be careful not to limit too many teachers so as to box students out of required credits. And then there is the accountability report that I spoke about earlier. That's also a consideration. Indicators such as college and career courses and arts access contribute to our overall accountability score. We do not want to reduce those offerings so that we inadvertently lower our accountability score. Another consideration is the number of students in a grade or a class. So I do want to quickly pause and clarify the difference between adult to student ratio versus class size, as these are two different ideas that can easily and understandably get confused. So if we take all of the certified staff, which include all administrators, interventionists, special education teachers, counselors, social workers, and so on, and divide that number by all students in our schools, the number would be quite low. That is absolutely correct. However, when talking about class size, this is referring to the number of students in front of a teacher. All certified staff do not have classrooms of students. Based on our March enrollment data, these are our class sizes. And lastly, we look for the lowest student impact and highest savings. I want to be clear, the lowest student impact does not necessarily mean number of students impacted. And so the proposed eliminations are as follows: 10 certified teaching positions, 1 high school classroom position, 3 elementary classroom positions, 3 intervention positions, 1 library media specialist position, 2 special services positions. 2 administrator positions would be eliminated, 1 assistant principal position, 1 district reading consultant position. 12 non-certified positions would be eliminated, 1 nurse supervisor, 6 paraeducators, 2 custodians, 2 library media aides, 1 secretary, and 1 non-certified position would be reduced from full-time to half-time, and that would be a secretary position, so 24 in total. Unemployment is also a factor when calculating budget savings. For those individuals who are laid off, they would be eligible for unemployment compensation. The maximum for unemployment currently is $721 a week, up to 26 weeks. Reductions in other areas also contribute to the $1.8 million. There would be an increase to the excess cost reimbursement estimate from 70 to 75%. Athletics broken into these parts would be reduced to $77,000. IT has made close to $70,000 of reductions, and we have reduced maintenance and repairs from O&M as well as transportation. The buildings have been asked to reduce their supply and equipment line. And lastly, we have hired at lower steps for next school year. While the impacts are far too many to list, and many may not be evident at this time, here is a short list of potential impacts. Increased class sizes, intervention services eliminated or reduced, delayed responses to parent phone calls, limited school supplies for students, extended student and staff computer replacement dates, non-emergency repairs may have to be paused until later in the school year to ensure sufficient funding for emergency work, reduction in custodial services, and fewer home games, tournaments, and competitions. And with that, I thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you. At this time, we will open up the floor for deliberations on the town budget.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion that we limit comments to the floor to eligible voters and limit the time to 3 minutes apiece.
So we have a motion and a second to limit comments to 3 minutes apiece. And this is for each of the budgets, or is this conglomerate? Okay, so for, yep, and also for eligible voters. And to just reiterate what eligible voters are, is if you're a registered voter in the town of Killenly, or if you have $1,000 property, taxable property on the most recent grand list, would allow you to be an eligible voter as well. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we had someone ask for a roll call vote, and there's a second. I'm going to ask everyone, all those in favor, hold up your green card
Or whatever.
or orange card, whatever card you have. The motion is to set the time limit for discussion on each of the budgets per person to 3 minutes, and only allow eligible voters in the town of Killenly, those voters who are registered voters and who have $1,000 of value, taxable property worth $1,000 of value on the most recent grand list. All those in favor, raise your cards. Are we counted? All right, so now, all those opposed, raise your cards.
She's already up at the
All right, you can lower your hands. So the count of the vote, there were 128 people in favor of it, of the motion, and there were 112 people opposed to it, so the motion carries. So at this time, we'll open up the floor to anyone who would like to make comment or changes to the town budget. On the town budget side, we ask that if you're making a change, to identify what item it is on the town budget, so we can adjust that line accordingly. Hang on. What is your name and address for the record? And your name?
That's Brooklyn. You have to be an eligible voter.
You have to be an eligible voter.
I'm just saying.
That is not in our charter. Okay. Can you state your name and address for the record, please? And what is your motion? No, you are not the one that has the floor, sir. The gentleman over here, Mr. Hughes, is the one who has the floor. He's the one making the motion. He has to state it. Can you get up to a microphone, please, so that way it's recorded?
I'd like to have a recount of the previous motion.
So there is a motion to have a recount of the previous motion. Is there a second to that? Please step up, someone step up to the microphone, state your name and address.
Tabitha Tyler, 109 Green Hollow Road.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second for a recount. All those in favor?
Get to the microphone and speak.
I believe that there was miscommunication on the first vote. The first vote, we need to understand that giving what they're telling us, the students and teachers who don't reside or have property or taxes in Killingly will not be able to speak on the budget if you approve. If you oppose, they will be able to speak on their own behalf, as this is their school.
Is this discussion time, Jason?
Is there further discussion regarding the motion for
I
a
have
recount?
discussion. I am not in favor of that. This is our town. We're the ones affected with the taxes, so I'd like to speak against that. Michelle Murphy, 325 Breakneck Hill Road, Dayville, Connecticut. I'd like to speak against that. This is our town. We live here. We're the one that pay taxes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will vote on the recount. Everyone in favor of a recount, say aye. Opposed? No. Okay, we will have a motion carries, we will have a recount. So the motion on the floor, the original motion on the floor was to allow eligible voters who are registered voters in the town of Killenly and anyone who owns $1,000 worth of taxable property on the most recent grand list. Those are who are eligible to vote. The motion is to allow them to speak for up to 3 minutes on the town budget and also on the Board of Education budget and make motions on both of those budgets. At this time, point of order. No, that is 3 minutes per. So each eligible voter would have 3 minutes available for the town, 3 minutes available for the Board of Ed. So a total of up to 6 minutes per eligible voter. You still only get 3 minutes. Yep. Yes. Can you step up to the microphone so everyone can hear? Thank you.
Do you want my name and address?
Yes, please.
Carrie Pacheco, 28 Deerwood Drive, Danielson. So I would like a clarification so that people understand that if they are saying yay to that, that means no one else, no one who lives in Killingly can speak.
No.
All right, so clarify
no.
that for me.
Okay, so anyone who is a registered voter in the town of Killingly.
Yes.
Also, anyone who owns $1,000 worth of taxable property in the town of Killingly on the most recent grand list
I get that.
would be eligible to vote. So I'll give you an example. You live.
I get it.
Okay.
So you're saying if we say yes to that,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
That means people, only the town of Killenly people can vote, or can speak. Can speak.
Anyone that is an eligible voter
Okay. So Nay would open
and
the floor up.
checked in and got a card.
So Nay would open the floor up to people outside of the town of Killenly and the students. Yes?
Yes. So at this time, we will do the recount. All those in favor of this motion to allow eligible voters, only eligible voters, to speak and make motions, and setting a time limit on each, the town budget and the Board of Education budget at 3 minutes apiece for each eligible voter, hold your card up. Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to those opposed to the motion. Raise your cards. Okay, so we have the results in. We have the results in. So the results of the vote, there were 127 people in favor of the motion, 156 opposed. However, the issue being that is more than a total of people that registered and received cards. So we are going to allow this motion. This motion will fail, so those who voted in favor of it. However, going forward on any other motions to modify any of the budgets in order to keep the integrity of this process, we are going to do a secret ballot. So when we call for votes, you will have to form a line. All those in favor, come up, show your ID to be able to vote, so we can make sure only those who are supposed to be voting can vote.
Let me clarify. When a motion is called and it is second, when it is time to vote, every eligible voter will get up and vote. Not just if you're in favor or not if you're just opposed. Everybody will get up so that way the election workers can verify your eligibility to vote. You will then cast your ballot into a box, which will be here on the table, and then you will return to your seat. Keep your card that you have in your hand, but that way we can verify everyone submitting a vote is an eligible voter.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Miss, 1 minute, John. We're going to have someone bring you a microphone.
John LaBelle, 57 Arden Road, Dayville, Connecticut. I'd like to refer to page 5 of 5 of the town charter under Committee of the Whole. You are going to propose a question that is likely to be controversial, and you feel that some of the members will try to kill by various maneuvers. Also, you want to keep out visitors and the press. After recognition, Madam Chairman, I move that we go into a committee of the whole as stated in the town charter.
What does that mean?
Us.
Tried that before. You can't do that. There's case law around that. No, you can't do that.
Want to bring this down?
Yeah, here, you dropped your pen. I think she has a copy, but I'll meet you.
Adam, make that motion.
Can I borrow it? Nope.
So doing a search in the town charter did not find anything as far as committee of the whole, unfortunately. To keep the process going, at this time, we're going to move into deliberations on the town budget. Again, anyone who would like to make any comment or make changes to the town budget, please step up to the microphone, state your name and address. And if you're making a motion to change a monetary amount, state the line item so we can correctly identify that in the budget, and state what change you would like to make.
My name's Christina Main. I live at 219 Coomer Hill Road in Dayville. I have a question on the town budget on page D1. The town council in the amount of $13,500. What exactly is that?
That is to cover the stipend that is for the council members as per the town charter. Per the town charter, as was voted on by the people at a previous referendum, the town council members receive a stipend of $1,500 apiece for the year. And in many of recent years, several, and at one point, every town council member turned their stipend back into the town.
And is that shown somewhere in the revenue side?
Excuse me?
Is them returning it to the budget shown in the revenue?
There is no offsetting revenue. This is just strictly reflecting their expenses. Those that have foregone their stipend, it just ends up being an underspend on the expenditures. There's not a separate revenue side. So this is just the expenditure.
Okay, can I make a motion to take that line item and zero it out?
Okay. So we have a motion to zero out line item 50110. Is there a second?
Second.
Please step up to the microphone, state your name and address, please.
Tabitha Tyler, 109 Green Hollow Road. I second the motion.
Thank you.
Is this discussion? Are we allowed to do that? Michelle Murphy, 325 Breakneck Hill Road. I give mine back just so people know. Are we allowed to take it out if it's in the charter, Chair?
Ms. Clory, just for clarification, because the charter states that that money has to be spent, would that just come from a different spot in the budget?
The charter states that there would be a stipend. There have been other times in which the town council ultimately has adopted to not have that and has zeroed it out, so I believe it can be removed from the budget as an expenditure. I don't know that would be a question from our legal, which we could pose afterwards and determine whether or not it would have to be spent from contingency if it was not an allowable deduction.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion? At this time, because we are doing a secret ballot, we have a motion and a second, and I will repeat.
Adam Griffiths, 98 Griffiths Road. If you have a voice vote that's overwhelming, can we suspend that?
No. No. Due to the fact that we had more votes than what were registered, we are going to have secret ballot going forward. So the motion on the floor is to reduce line item 50100 by an amount of $13,500. That will bring that line item down to zero. I will ask all those who are registered voters who have a card, you're gonna come down, bring your ID with you because you'll be verified as a voter. And this is for whether you're voting for it or against it.
want to go to the bathroom too.
A reduction, oh, oh.
compliance laws to their advantage, and we can sue Williams and Nash directly for $1,000.
Even better.
And then they can reverse their budget. So I just need to wait to see what they say.
Oh, sweet.
And they have to go through hoops
Yeah,
to find out who
they're all-
filed it. Although I'll put a billboard. It was me.
Yeah,
So
GFY.
we will say, and Jason put a statement in, and Mary will do it. Because they need your pen.
Sure.
Thank you.
Really? I think I have more in there. Never fails, halfway through a meeting, one will die.
Yeah. That pretty little smile? Snake. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done.
We're using our gun permits.
Huh?
We're using our gun permits.
Oh, are you? I should use mine. I think mine's outside in the car, though. Yeah, so we'll see. In the car.
Back
Yeah.
in the car.
I know. It comes out every so often. I know. The 30 extra votes all at once, and it's more than the people that got cards. Come on. We knew we had to be careful this year. They were cheating last year, too. So, but this year we know. So, well, yeah. Because they kept track, because they're smart. Yeah.
Glad to hear you asked that.
This is absolutely
You should have seen
nuts.
Tony. He was calling me a racist earlier. Yeah, yeah. He says, you know, Randy, he says there's more people than white people in this town. There's brown people in this town. I said, you call me a fucking racist?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
We're supposed to like.
He's all freaking bent up.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna toy with him the whole freaking time.
This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Like cheating right off the bat. Why? Why? You screwed everybody now. We're gonna be here till 2 a.m. And it's okay because now you'll get a real vote. This is nuts. If people were fair and played by the rules, we wouldn't have to go through this. You know?
Yep. You have to.
So now we'll just see how it turns out.
$6,000 in there. How many voters are there? Yep. That's okay. That's what it was. Yeah, because 2020 it wasn't. That's not right because if you had say 160, right?
Yep.
160.
Yeah, that was
We had 127.
Yep.
Right. So how many extra votes? 40. Yep. Because of the election. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Remember there was something.
When we go back to review it, at a minimum, we're going to have some
Yeah. And that would most of us give it back.
Yeah.
Most of us give it back. I give it back. I never take it.
just make that mouth motion because it's over 5 hours. Yeah. Now it's got to be.
Okay, yeah.
I wait till year end if I'm not going over by 5,000. We just wait till year end transfers.
Yep.
Or if we're close to year end, I would just take the motion in July and just do it. Bring it to you then. Sheldon. To make people scan their ID and then
Your last name? Your last name?
Yeah.
Yeah, she has some too.
every time they're gonna make me log over online. That's gonna take me now.
She's R.
Hey, you know what? Then your people should be doing.
Well, you know a little better than John Bell. So.
No, Emma's R.
All right.
Can you tell I was diving into mill rates recently?
You know what?
What's your last name?
People that can't find
Hadley?
You can come up with the lines.
Yeah. Oh, did you see this one?
Oh, I can't wait to Patty tell you she got it dropped off.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she drove it in there today.
Oh, you mean?
Apparently Dr. Nash has already heard about it too.
Oh, good. Oh, I don't know if I have it in here still up. Oh, yeah, well, this was me looking in the.
Oh, H. Can I see your ID?
Yeah, because I had to tell you that I filled out a whole.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it wasn't just.
I was mute your mic.
Okay, we have the results. The results of the vote are 87 in favor, 62 opposed. The motion carries. At this time, we will open up the microphone to anyone else who would like to make comments regarding the town budget or make any changes.
Hi. Just maybe this is more of a point of clarification. This shouldn't take too long.
Please state your name and address.
Yes, Ian McDonald, 548 Valley Road, Dayville. There is an opportunity, I think it's stopping fairly soon for people who are, and please clarify this for me, who are, is it under 50,000 or to seek some sort of help, but I think that's coming soon. So can you, I'm not sure exactly what that is. Can you clarify what that is, Mary?
Are you talking about exemptions or abatements?
Yes.
Okay, so there are various homeowner elderly freeze programs as well as abatement programs. So what I would recommend to anyone that is elderly can reach out to the assessor's office. There's also information on our website for any programs that you might be eligible for. They are largely all income-based, so if you're a lower income, there would be an ability to basically have your taxes frozen so you wouldn't participate in an increase, but that would be through the assessor's department.
Okay.
And you go on our website or just call the town hall and we'll hook you up with the assessor's department. They can walk you through any programs that you might be eligible for.
Do we know what that threshold is?
I don't have those off the top of my
Okay,
head.
and-
I don't want to speculate.
And do we know that is there a deadline coming up soon on that? Could be wrong on that, but.
I honestly don't have it off the top of my head, but.
Well, I would encourage people who are looking for that
Yes.
to do it soon, in case I might be right on that. And-
Yep, definitely
Okay, thank you.
reach out if you have any concerns or you want to explore any eligibility. Thank you for bringing that up, Ian.
Any more comment regarding town budget? Last call to make changes to any line items on the town budget. Seeing none, we'll move on. Next, we'll move on to deliberations on the Board of Education budget.
My name is Jennifer Thompson, and I live at 458 Green Hollow Road in Danielson. I have lived in Killingly for 22 years, and my husband and I chose to raise our family here. Our son is a 2023 graduate of Killingly High School, currently attending Husson University in Bangor, Maine, studying forensic science. In his senior year of high school, his math teacher, Sean O'Leary, advocated on our son's behalf to the head of the math department at Husson to be placed in a higher level math upon entering college, knowing our son would rise to the challenge. Because of Mr. O'Leary, the head of the math department stated he could only hope to have a student like our son in his class. Also, because of his ability to take AP and ECE classes, he will be graduating an entire semester early. My daughter is currently a sophomore here at KHS. Let me be very clear when I say this. My daughter is here because of its music department. Otherwise, she would be at another local high school. In the music department, she has found her friends, passion, and future career. Like all siblings trying to outdo each other, our daughter wants to do more and pass her brother in terms of AP and ECE classes and credits. This year, all of her teachers have supported her as she finds her voice and place in her school community. These are just two small examples of the support, not only academically, but also socially, our children have received from Killingly Public Schools, particularly at KHS. I could give so many more examples from their early education experiences here in Killingly. So to all of the educators and paras here tonight, Thank you for pouring into not only our children, but all Killingly students. Let's be honest. Once positions are cut, they are never coming back. As a parent, we have always told our children we want them to be better than us. And being better than us comes from and through educational and extracurricular opportunities. So at this point, I would like to make a motion to increase the education budget by $1.1 million.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
Scott Higgins, Lum Street, Danielson, Connecticut, and I second that motion.
So the motion on the floor, which has been seconded, is to increase the Board of Education budget by 1.1 million, which would bring it to I was looking for the total number. I've got 49,038,817.
49,38,817.
Okay.
49 million.
Yep. So the motion on the floor to increase the Board of Education budget by 1.1 million would raise it to $49,038,817. We have a motion and a second. I will open up for discussion or comments.
I'm a little taller than other people. Good evening. My name is Sarah Sumner. I live at 23 Tamarack Circle in Dayville. My husband and I moved here 24 years ago to Killingly for the education system. We came before we had children. We now have 3. They have gone through Goodyear, KCS, KMS, KIS, the high school. I have one son who's a junior in high school now. He's thriving here, taking college prep courses. My daughter Madeline is graduating in 2 weeks from Rutgers University with a major in genetics. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. My daughter Grace is at UConn now. She is a freshman environmental engineering major. All of their accomplishments have come because of the education they have received at Killingly High School. I need my readers so bad right now. Sorry. So both of my girls began college with approximately 18 college credits they earned through AP classes at the high school. Their current success is due to all their hard work, but also the dedication and support from all the people in this district who have worked with them, built relationships with them, and taught them all the necessary skills they have now that they are thriving with. That being said, I am appalled by the amount of money the town council has taken out of the education budget. My children have been successful because this town has, in the past, wanted our children's education to be a priority for our town. Not only as a parent and a longtime resident of Killingly, but I'm also an educator for 25 years, and I've worked in Killingly for over 20. I am deeply disturbed by the manner that several town council members spoke about our school district. The comments show not only a lack of knowledge about what is happening through our schools, but clearly a lack of regard of how important a well-run, well-funded education system is to our town overall. The meeting I listened to showed a surprising lack of understanding of the importance of administrators, staff, and other services to this district's students. I want to believe that the town of Killingly will show the town council that we do not support this drastic cut, that we believe the children of Killingly deserve a quality education with the amount of staff and support needed to help keep the schools running as successfully as they are now. If you saw Dr. Nash's slideshow earlier today, and you saw the current growth of our district scores in both math and reading, and also all of the AP scores in comparison to the districts across our area, the fact that we were called a junk car is disrespectful, not only to the staff and administrators, but also the students. I was blown away by the performance. Sorry. I personally was blown away by the performance of our district in comparison to other surrounding towns. As a town council, you should be ashamed of that comment. The proposed cuts in funding will affect every child in this district. Larger class sizes, less support, especially for our most needy students, and drastic changes to programs that have been very effective to help our students, not only academically, but emotionally. We as a town have the opportunity both now and in November to demonstrate that we believe our children's education should be the most important duty of a town and its residents. I am also a resident, and I have faced a lot of budget issues, obviously, with this current economy. My personal family budget has been challenged drastically. The increases in price in many areas, electricity, food, gas. I know that's an issue for every person in this town, in the state, and in the country. I understand the costs for many parts of the education budget have risen because of that as well. There are so many costs within this budget that have increased that are beyond anyone's control. We cannot accept this as a valid reason to completely decimate the educational system within our town. As a resident, a parent, and a teacher in Killingly, I have been very proud of all the amazing things that happen daily for students in this town. There are so many reasons I love this town. One reason is I do feel that our teachers, staff, and students are among the best. Please allow the school district to continue the work they have started and have been so successful in over the past years. Please add money back to the education budget so that our students can continue to thrive. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicola Abel. I am an English teacher at the high school and the proud president of the Killingly Education Association.
Can you state your address for the record, please?
597 Ocean Avenue in New London.
Thank you.
I mean, I work here. I've worked here for 18 years, so I have the right to speak. We voted, so anyway. So I represent the teachers, school counselors, social workers, and speech and language pathologists in our district. It is on behalf of these dedicated, professional, hardworking people that I rise to speak tonight in favor of this motion. Killingly Town Council, we watched the video of the meeting a few weeks ago. We heard the comments. We felt angry and hurt and misunderstood. But we also know that this is not necessarily representative of the entire town of Killingly. And so I am here tonight to appeal to the people of Killingly who know just how hard we all work to teach your kids. I'm here to talk to the people who understand that we care deeply about the kids of Killingly, that we teach them to read and write and do complicated math equations along with many other subjects, that we buy them snacks, that we show up to their games and their plays and their concerts, that we celebrate their academic, athletic, and personal goals, that we write letters of recommendation and worry about whether or not they get enough to eat and if they are getting enough sleep, and then we clap and cheer as they walk across the stage at graduation. I'm here to talk to the people who know that teachers and other public school employees are not separate from your community, but that we are a living, breathing, valuable part of your community. I'm here to ask you to vote for a budget that adequately funds our schools and allows us to do our jobs without cutting corners and shortchanging your children. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week. There is no better way that the residents of Killingly could show that they see and appreciate the time and energy we dedicate to the kids of Killingly than by rejecting the false and tired narrative that public schools and public school teachers are failing their students. There is no better way to show your support and appreciation than by voting tonight and on May 13th for a budget that honors your kids and allows them to wake up every morning and head to a thriving, dynamic, fully funded school. We are educators for many reasons, but the most important one is always the students. They matter, we matter, public education matters. Please vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Al Soper, 175 Cranberry Bog Road. My question is for the town and with the new proposed.
Few employees that are here today. I am also the co-chair of the Para Advisory Council for the state of Connecticut, where I've been working hard getting legislation so that health care can be affordable for our para-educators. I am also a retired para-educator who worked 11 years at Killingly Central School. But I'm going to talk to you about one of my most precious titles, and that is Mom to Jeremy and Megan. My son Jeremy is on the autistic spectrum. Jeremy is 34 years old. When Jeremy was younger, my husband and myself were told in a meeting that we would be lucky if Jeremy could flip a burger. Our family always believed differently. We knew our son had potential to be whatever he wanted to be. So did the Killenly Public School System. Whether it was his favorite teacher, Mrs. Therian, who he will tell you today taught him to read, or Mrs. Schaefer or Mrs. Bowden, his paraeducators, who just didn't make school life tolerable, but they helped Jeremy thrive. It could be the nurses, who knew if Jeremy came in with a stomach ache, it just meant he was having a bad day and he needed a break. It was the custodians, who always said hello to him and would give him a high five in the hallway. The bus drivers, who he still, if he sees a Killenly bus, will stop and wave. The secretaries, who always told him thank you when it was his turn to turn in the notes at the office. The principals, especially Joan Gardner and paraprofessional Cheryl Rucky, who allowed my Jeremy to help teach at KCS children about computers. See, today my son, who's 34, he lives independently. He works on a landscaping crew. My son just got a government clearance to help load and unload submarines, where he is now a crew chief. Without the Killenly Public School System, my Jeremy wouldn't be the man he is today. So if my taxes go up, okay, I won't argue and I won't get upset, because I truly believe paying it forward so that other Jeremys can defy the odds. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to allow the town manager to answer the gentleman's question in regards to how it's going to impact his property taxes.
Sorry about that. I had to do a quick calculation. I want to make I gave you accurate information. So that modification that is on the floor right now for your consideration would have an increase to property taxes of 8.5% as opposed to 5.6%. So I'll give you the median example that I provided for you earlier. For a property with a market value of about $220,000, that would be an annual increase of $265, and that would be a monthly increase of approximately $22.
I will also add to that, he also had asked about motor vehicle, and unfortunately, due to the state statute that's changing the way motor vehicles are valued for property tax, there is no clean-cut answer. I will give a prime example. I had a 2007, a 2000, and a 2009 Toyota Camry. I just sold a 2009. The value on both of those vehicles stayed relatively the same based off the way they were valued before of book value and switching over to the new depreciation schedule. However, I had recently purchased a 2013 Chevy Tahoe with 209,000 miles, which motor vehicle valued at $11,500. Because of the new depreciation schedule, the motor vehicle tax on that it'll be valued at $20,900. So to give you an idea, there is no clean-cut answer on how it's going to affect your motor vehicle taxes. What I would recommend is to look at the state statute and the depreciation schedule, which is based off how old your vehicle is, and also look up what MSRP, which is manufacturer's suggested retail pricing, is for your vehicle. That way you can figure out how it's going to impact your vehicle taxes. Some people will be impacted greatly, others won't. It's going to vary vehicle to vehicle, so there is no flat answer for that one.
Good evening, Amy Ferland, 73 Morin Avenue. Speaking tonight to support the proposed change to add $1.1 million back into the education budget. One of the most pressing concerns we face in education, I'm an educator not here in Killenly, but another district, is overcrowding in classrooms. Students don't get the individualized attention they need. Teachers are stretched too thin, and it's really difficult to provide quality instruction that every child deserves. Large class sizes make it harder to support struggling students, challenge advanced learners, and maintain productive learning environments. This budget helps protect manageable class sizes. That's only part of the picture. It also ensures that we retain the dedicated teachers and support staff who are the backbone of our schools. Paraprofessionals, aides, counselors, librarians, specialists, custodians, secretaries, along with our classroom teachers, all play essential roles in our student success. They provide many supports, both academic and emotional, and they serve as liaisons to our family. And they help bring a strong connection between the school and home. Teachers and support staff together form a network of care and guidance to help every child feel supported and encouraged. And when we invest in them, we're investing in the people who make our schools not just places of learning, but places of belonging, places that our students will attend and do attend regularly. When we lose teachers and support staff, we lose those relationships and the early interventions and the day-to-day stability to help kids thrive. My son is entering Killingly High School. I'm also a graduate of Killingly High School myself. And he had a choice to go to a very good magnet school, and he chose Killingly High School because of its programs, the ag program, the music, and also the relationships he's had with the teachers in the Killingly system. His academic, when he first started, did not look really great. He struggled, and it wasn't for the support of his teachers, the administrators, getting specialized programs that really helped him succeed. And I'm really proud to see that he's now a member of the National Junior Honor Society. He's going to be taking honors classes in the high school. And it wasn't... And as much support I can give him at home, it's because of the teachers that saw something in him and recognized it and told him and believed him that made that possible to really light the spark in him and get him really engaged into education. So I'm really forever grateful for all the educators and support staff that work in the Killingly system, and I really encourage you all to support the increase in the education budget. Thank you very much.
You were first.
Tomas Gutierrez, 95 Wyndham Road. Okay. Hello, and I'm a sophomore here at KHS. Since choosing to go to Killingly as an 8th grader from Brooklyn, I've had great experiences both academically and in my extracurricular activities. I've taken many challenging classes, played various sports, and joined clubs and activities. I know that I will graduate from KHS with all that I need for a successful future. There are so many people and programs that contribute to student success in Killingly. I'm one of over 2,000 students who believe each day that the efforts of teachers, administrators, and support staff. I know that I appreciate all that Killingly has given to me, and so do my peers. To continue to provide students with what they need for the future, I urge voters to restore funding to the education budget. Thank you.
Ready?
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Crawford Vasquez. My address is 26 Bunny Lane in Brooklyn. However, I do spend most of my time at 60 Soap Street in Dayville at KCS. Your turn.
My name is Judith Garcia, and I am a second grade student in Miss Chahola's class. I was a student in Miss Crawford Vasquez's class for 2 years ago. We are both very angry and sad that the town wants to cut our school's budget.
I want to start out by wishing all of the amazing educators in this room a very happy Teacher Appreciation Week. It seems kind of ironic that we're spending the first day of a week dedicated to our hard work, fighting to keep some of our jobs and lots of our funding.
It seems like a lot of members here on the town board don't really know what's happening inside our schools. We are learning about history, math, phonics, reading, and writing every single day. I invite you to come and see what every school accomplishes every day.
Thank you, Judith. Based off of what we heard in the town council meeting on April 15th, we don't believe you're painting an accurate picture of what goes on in our schools on a daily basis. Sorry, I lost my spot. Or know what goes into being able to provide our students with a quality education and a safe place to learn. So we wanted to paint that picture for you. Judith was in my class during the 2022-2023 school year, and we want to share with you some of the things that make learning fun and continues to make learning fun.
I had so much fun in Miss Crawford Vasquez's class. I was able to see my friends every day. We did so much learning together. Math was fun because some of us didn't even know that the number 100 existed, and we got to practice counting to 100 every single day by singing and dancing. We also learned by playing with math toys during centers. I understand that people want to take away some of our school's money. Without that money, teachers won't be able to buy tools and supplies to make learning fun. And I don't want to have to do boring old learning.
It takes a lot more than what people think to run and manage a classroom. On top of making learning fun and engaging for every student, my morning starts with welcoming my 21, sometimes 23 students into room 122, finding out what they all have or need for lunch, and getting them settled and excited to learn for the next 7 hours. That might sound easy in May, but at the beginning of the year, many kids can't even articulate their name, let alone if they need to get school lunch or not. Transitioning from quiet free time during arrival to morning meeting on the rug can trigger emotional outbursts or defiant behavior from students, not even mentioning the reactions teachers have gotten when asking students to accomplish a task that requires some effort. It takes not only immeasurable amounts of patience, but knowledge of curriculum, child development, and personal background of every child in our classroom for me and every teacher to manage their classroom successfully in a safe and fun and engaging environment. What else, Judith?
I remember us doing fun crafts like making slime and gingerbread houses. When you read us the book with no pictures, and my favorite thing about kindergarten was when Miss Crawford Vasquez was getting duck eggs and we hatched them in our classroom. It would make me feel so sad if other kids didn't have the same opportunities.
The crazy thing is, most of the supplies that go into all the activities Judith is talking about are actually paid through the generous donations from my friends and family on the Amazon wish list that I post in the summer, or from my own pocket, or from the depths of the classroom that's been there for years and years and years. Right now, the school provides us with $400 to spend on classroom supplies for the year. But if the town approves the cut, the $1.8 million cut, that number goes down to $200 a year. Judith and I did the math the other day. To buy a class pack of crayons, a class pack of markers, that's $160. I couldn't get colored pencils, I couldn't get paper, so I would have to decide what the kids need most. Even then, that's the bare minimum of what we need, or what any teacher needs to supply their classroom in order to make learning fun and accessible. Judith also isn't really getting down to the nitty-gritty of all the learning that goes on in a day. To give you a rundown, in my classroom, we go from morning meeting to purposeful play, in which we're learning about space so we can turn our classroom into outer space, and then a short intervention block to their unified art special, and then we have snack time, which we're learning about ducks and hatching them and raising them while we're eating, and then knowledge, and then finally, it's lunch and recess. Then we have to settle down with quiet time so we can do math, and then skills, where we learn our sounds and letters and blending, which is learning how to read. And then after all of that, it's time to go home. So to be honest, this is actually a very incredibly modified and shortened version of what happens in my kindergarten classroom. And I'm only able to accomplish everything I do because of the comprehensive and dynamic support of our administration team and the support staff at KCS, which is also being threatened if this cut passes.
We urge you not to accept this budget plan. We shouldn't get money taken away from us because we won't be able to do fun things like what I did in room 122, or field trips, or clubs, or any new things added to our playgrounds. It is not fair. We shouldn't get rid of teachers' funds, otherwise we won't be able to learn anything in a fun way.
For the sake of our students and for the future of our community, we must prioritize increased funding in the school board budget for the 2025-2026 school year. We urge you to vote for the 1.1 increase. Our teachers should not be expected to shoulder the financial burden of running our classrooms. It's unsustainable and unfair. Losing a beloved and dedicated administrator due to budget constraints is more than a staffing issue. It's a loss of leadership, stability, and heart. To underfund our schools is to shortchange our children and compromise the quality of education for generations to come. Killingly deserves better. Our students deserve better.
Thank you so much for listening. Please raise our budget and seriously come visit to see what makes our school so great.
Thank you.
Hi. Jim Silvero, Mason Hill Road, Dayville. First of all, I want to say thank you to the teachers. I think teachers have done an outstanding job here in Killingly. They have a good reputation. My beef is mostly with the administration. Several years ago, they added an athletic director. For decades, we didn't have an athletic director. Now we just took $150,000 we could have spent on teachers and spent on an athletic director. We have superintendent and an assistant superintendent. We have a director of special education, or whatever the title is. Then we have an assistant for that. We keep adding and adding and adding these positions. We just keep making them up as we go along. We keep adding more and more people. And we take it out of the classroom, we put it in the administration, and why? You look at a city like Bridgeport. I mean, student to administrator is totally out of the water compared to what we do here. We have so many administrators. We got to clean up the top of this thing. Stop beating on the teachers, stop beating on the paraprofessionals, and go after the administration and cut it down to something reasonable. Athletic director, we paid, what, $6,000 a year for decades, and now we pay $150,000 by the time you count the benefits. Why are we doing this? Why? It doesn't make any sense, okay? For the people from out of town, if you have an extra $500 you want to give to Killingly, I'm all for it. Bring a check up there. They'll take it. Put a big stack of them there, okay? But those of us in the town that want to live here, we love the town. We want to stay in this town. We don't want to have $500 this year, $500 last year, $1,000, last year when taxes went up. It's not an endless money pit. We all just want to live here in this town happily ever after. We love the schools. We love the teachers. But we got to get some control. There's no endless checkbook for us. So people have got to stand up, and they have to be responsible. If I don't pay my electric bill, they shut off my electricity, right? If I don't pay my rent, they come do it. If I don't pay my property taxes, you guys are going to take my house. But you can spend like there's no tomorrow. So there has to be fairness for everybody. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Raymond, 15 John Street. I'm a proud graduate of Killingly Public Schools, a resident of this town, and a social worker at Killingly Central School. I'm speaking passionately to advocate for the restoration of funding for the Killingly Board of Education. As someone who has attended Killingly schools, I can speak from the heart about the life-changing power of education. Killingly gave me a strong foundation, ignited a love of learning, and surrounded me with teachers who believed in my potential. The district's motto, "Great things happen here," is just not words to me, it's reality. As a graduate, I can truly say that our school shaped me in ways that will stay with me forever. It was within these very classrooms that I gained the skills and confidence to pursue my dreams. Thanks to the educators who supported me, lifted me up, and showed me what I could achieve. This is why I chose to return to the district after college to give back to my community that gave so much to me. But for these great things to continue happening, we need more than just hope. We need genuine, heartfelt investment in our schools. At this moment, we are facing the very real impact of a $1.8 million reduction in the education budget being voted on in our May referendum. This cut would be devastating to our district, and the impact on Killingly Central School will be extremely profound. We are confronting the painful possibility of losing exceptional educators at KCS. This would lead to significantly larger class sizes in our kindergarten and first grade classrooms, critical years when young children are developing the fundamental skills that shape their entire educational journey. With increased class sizes, it becomes far more difficult to provide the individualized attention and structure and nurturing environment that every child needs and deserves. Additionally, the loss of our assistant principal would make these challenges even harder to bear. She is so much more than just an administrator. She is a steady, trusted presence who brings warmth, compassion, and invaluable support to students, staff, and families alike. Working alongside our dedicated principal, she helps to ensure that everything runs smoothly, smoothly, provides critical support for students, and fosters the safe, welcoming atmosphere that makes KCS feel like home. For our youngest learners especially, she is a pillar of stability and care, a constant source of guidance and reassurance. Losing this role would not only take away a crucial layer of support, but would also strip away the heart of what makes our school community feel so connected and strong. Our students and their families depend on her every single day, and without her, the fabric that holds our school together could unravel. These are just not positions or jobs. These are essential roles that directly impact the lives of our students and the strength of our school community. Every cut, every change carries a weight far beyond numbers or budget lines. It affects the fabric of our schools, our children's futures, our teachers' ability to nurture and guide, and the very support system that families rely on. We can't afford to lose the resources that allow great things to continue happening here in Killingly. Our students deserve the support, care, and opportunity to thrive, and that starts with ensuring we protect the heart of what makes our schools exceptional. I urge you to prioritize our students and educators by increasing the amount of money put back in the Board of Education's budget. By doing so, we can ensure that every child in Killingly has the opportunity to thrive in an environment that supports their academic, emotional, and social growth. Thank you for your time and dedication to our community.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lily Madden, 21 Vizina Drive, Danielson. I am a proud lifelong resident of Killingly and teacher at Killingly Intermediate School. Before I share my experiences, I just wanted to preface that I will be reiterating a lot of what other educators have shared, but maybe not quite as eloquently. This is my second year teaching, third if you count student teaching at KIS. And I'm speaking tonight because the proposed education budget cuts would directly impact me, as I'll no longer have a position, but more importantly, my students. I urge you to reinstate the Board of Education budget, or at the very least, restore essential portions of it, because it matters deeply to the success of our kids. This budget provides everyday tools my students rely on: notebooks, glue, pencils, highlighters, all materials that are used every day and keep learners cognitively engaged. It also supports our multilingual learners, like the two I have in my homeroom, by providing translation tools that allow them to understand lessons, communicate with peers, be active members in our community. Without this support, they're left behind academically, socially, and emotionally. When positions are cut, it doesn't just shift responsibilities, it overwhelms an already overstretched staff, and our students lose the personalized support that they deserve. These kids are capable of incredible things, but they need us to believe in them and invest in them. I respectfully ask you to reinstate the Board of Education budget so we can give our students every opportunity and resource to succeed. Thank you very much.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Robert Paulselli, 535 Pleasant Street, Southbridge, Massachusetts. My students call me Dr. Poe, and I'm the engineering and robotics teacher at Killingly High School. I've worked at KHS for the past 5 years, though my teaching journey began at Killingly Intermediate School in 1996. After a budget cut in 2002 ended my position, I taught elsewhere, but I returned despite a $20,000 pay cut because I believe in this community, our students, and the incredible educators and staff in the Killingly Public Schools. Dr. Nash did an excellent job of summarizing our nationally and internationally recognized robotics program. Our students do not just excel in competition, but in mastering real-world skills like engineering, problem-solving, leadership, and collaboration. This year, 64 students on 6 teams competed, impressive for a school of fewer than 800 students. Their achievements are nothing short of remarkable. At the U.S. National Robotics Championship, our teams swept top 3 places and won 8 awards. Our juniors earned the Honor Award, the highest recognition at nationals. Our freshmen won the Think Award for coding excellence and the Connecticut State Judges Award. Our juniors also won the International Excellence Award in London, England. They'll be honored for the 2nd time by the Connecticut General Assembly for this international success. Over the past 5 years, Killingly students have also won engineering design honors in Tokyo and 2 world championships. This excellence happens because of the combined efforts of teachers, staff, administrators, and a community that supports education here at KHS. The education we provide here is the most impactful I've seen in nearly 29 years of teaching. And while these opportunities sound expensive, international competitions are not funded by taxpayers. Families cover the costs, and when they can't, community partners like Spiral have made these experiences possible for our students. That's why I must speak honestly about the impact of budget cuts. I know firsthand how deeply they can affect students. Even before the current proposal, my program budget has already been reduced to its lowest level in 5 years. Larger class sizes, fewer opportunities, and diminished resources will absolutely affect the quality of education and the preparedness of our students, not just for college, but for life. While I don't live in town and can't speak to how much should be restored, I do know this: the children of this community, your children, are worth every dollar you vote to put back into the budget. Thank you.
Hi, Ian McDonald, 548 Valley Road, Dayville. And first, just want to thank Ms. Clario for her service to the town. I know she's moving on, and I appreciate that. I think she's done some good work here, and we appreciate her. One question as to why do we have to pay more every year? And I understand, first of all, for the most lower income folks who are elderly, thank you about possible abatement there. People should take advantage of that. I urge them to. I also recognize there might be people who don't quite qualify for that abatement, but might be kind of up against it. And the $22 a month, it doesn't seem like a lot for a lot of people, if that was happened to be your, as it was for that gentleman. But it could be that's too much. But to a lot of other folks, one answer to the question is, why do we have to pay more this year than we did last year? In my work, when I have to go get supplies, stone, just about every year they tell me, hey, sorry, and I trust the supplier, it's very fair, but very often things cost a little more, just about every year. And our school system doesn't get to live outside of that reality. And when our teachers have to buy a house, when they have to buy groceries, when our paras do, they don't get to live outside that reality. So I think there's a good discussion about how much is on the town versus what the state's picking up. Up in Massachusetts, maybe the state's picking up a little more. But in terms of why things cost a bit more, that part of that answer is just inflation. And the other thing I would say is, are we paying way too much? Now, Ms. Nash was talking about how we're on the lower end in terms of Windham County in our per student spending. We're below state spending by quite a bit. I saw one grade, this was from 2023, this might have changed a bit, that was grading all the towns, and Killingly at that point they graded A to I, and we were down in the middle of G in terms of per pupil spending. That might have changed a little bit. But that doesn't tell me that compared with the other towns in our state, our residents are being taken advantage of. I don't think that's the reality. And when I look at and I don't say this doesn't make me any more important than somebody who just got here. I had 3 grandparents who graduated from Killingly High, and going back, looking at my grandparents' yearbook from 1929, looking at my mother's yearbook from 1967, my other family, my yearbook, there was a lot of programs back then, and the school stepped up for those kids back then. And I don't know what makes, if we can afford it, I don't know what makes us special that we say, time to pull up the ladder for our kids coming up. And and I think it's especially critical that it's one thing, and I understand it's a balancing act, But it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to hold off on some school uniforms, on some athletics uniforms, or there's things we can hold off on. Some of that's okay. But when we're talking about 10 potential teacher cuts, maybe 7 people losing their jobs, that has a real impact. Somebody talked about Miss Schaefer. Anybody who was in the middle school, no, she was a saint. And what she did with all those kids, and a lot of our paras do, are the difference between them succeeding and not succeeding. So we need to protect, our teachers and our paras and take care of them there. And I'll just, I guess I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Hello. Oh. Hi, I'm Rupert. I am in 5th grade, Miss Gluck's class. I live at 548 Valley Road. And I just wanted to say the music department, the acting stuff, and the teachers at KIS have been doing really well. And they don't get enough credit for that. And I just think they could get more credit, and they should be able to keep their jobs. So, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Damaris, 54 Belleville Road. I'm also a resident of Killingly, have been a resident of Killingly since I was 5 years old. Came through the Killingly school system, graduated from Ellis Tech for cosmetology. I've worked for the Killingly School District for 19 and a half years. I now work at Killingly Central School as an administrative secretary, but I played many roles. I was a special ed para-educator for 15 and a half years, was the first Killingly para-educator nominated for Para-Educator of the Year Award, working with special needs. Thanks to Marcia Farquhar. I became a transportation secretary, but my home has always been at KCS, and that's where I am now.
My name is Kelly Beauregard. I'm an administrative assistant, 16 Amanda Lane, Dayville, Connecticut. I'm an administrative assistant at KCS. I've been with the district for 13 years in a few different roles. We, meaning me and Virginia, are more than office staff. We are the front line of communication, coordination, and care at KCS. Between the two of us, we ensure the building runs smoothly every day, from student and staff safety to parent communication. At the early elementary level, the needs are constant and vary, between sick kids, urgent parent phone calls, attendance, data entry, dispatch of critical service in response to crisis calls, and district communication, all happening at once. Cutting down an assistant principal and one secretary to part-time would significantly delay response times and create a ripple effect of inefficiencies throughout the school day. We are often the first point of contact for parents, students, or a teacher in urgent need. That's not just logistics, it's emotional and community support. Teachers and administrators rely on us so they can focus on instruction and leadership. Without two secretaries, they'll inevitably be pulled into clerical tasks. Reducing to a 1.5 secretary and one administrator is not just about doing more with less. It means critical tasks will be delayed or missed, and the school's responsiveness will suffer. In an emergency, split-second decisions and multitasking can't be done by one person alone. Safety and communication require coverage. We are not duplicate roles, we divide and conquer. One of us may be handling enrollment and reports, while the other one manages the phone, emails, or a school-wide event. Both administrative and both secretarial positions are already operating at full capacity, especially with growing expectations from the district, state, and families. We ask for your thoughtful consideration before eliminating or reducing two essential roles that keep the heart of KCS beating every day. Preserving both secretarial and both administrative positions is an investment in the daily function, morale, and safety of the entire school. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrice Rogers. I've lived at KHS and KIS for about 4 years, and after school, you can find me on Gorman Road in Brooklyn. When I watched the video of the April 15th Town Council meeting, I knew it was important that I come to let you know, with all due respect, that if you have not spent time in a public school since you were a student yourself, your perspective and expectations may be largely unrealistic. And I say this because that's what happened to me. As I started teaching 7th grade at age 50, I had the expectations of a person who, like some of you in the audience and on the board, graduated from high school in the 70s or the 80s, or at least before the turn of the century. I wanted to tell you tonight, again, with all due respect, you probably don't, nor did I, before I began teaching, really understand what school is like in the 2000s. Sorry, my notes are scribbled through because people said a lot of things I wanted to say. Give me a second. All right. So there were 3 comments made during that meeting that I wanted to address briefly. Because the world has changed a lot since some of us silver-haired people were in middle and high school. Schools have changed enormously, so has student culture, from elementary culture to college culture. The first comment I want to address was, I know somebody said in the meeting that kids are kids, they're all the same, it's been like that forever, something to that effect. Well, I have to tell you, kids are not the same. Teaching-wise, making lesson plans to teach a concept to students with an enormous range of intellect, talent, personality, independence, physical challenges is not only much more time-consuming than I ever imagined when I began teaching, but requires creativity and energy that I didn't know if I could muster when I first started. I like to think that I did eventually muster it. Then, after the lesson plans, teachers and paras, and I include paras because, you know, we work together, and I've been in a lot of classrooms where I didn't have a para and wished I had a para and knew that everything would go better with a para. After the lesson plan, teachers and paras work together to find a way to help each individual student achieve as much as they can. And we're talking about students struggling with dyslexia, unknown in my schooling, or who battle depression and anxiety, or who have ADHD, or who are always falling asleep in class, or who can't read at anywhere near grade level, or, and this sometimes happens, who read years beyond grade level. Where did Rupert go? Lost my place here. Or who have younger siblings, I can't tell you how often I've been told this, who have younger siblings to watch after school and have no time to manage homework. I could go on. There's a lot of differences, a lot of things have happened that didn't used to. These concerns, I don't think, were part of the teachers that taught me, and some of you here. They were not part of the process, I don't think. And paras were non-existent when I was in school. The second comment, somebody said something about throwing money at problems. You may feel that you are throwing money at problems that don't go away, or as someone said, it seems like some salaries are top-heavy, or that assistant principals are paid too highly to be disciplinarians. I want to tell you, if you took those salaries and divided them by the hours worked, including evenings, weekends, and yes, summers, you would probably be surprised at how low the hourly pay is for the expertise given to the job. Someone mentioned the third comment. Someone mentioned that you could put $1 million into a junk car, but that it would still be a junk car. I totally disagree. If you put $1 million into a junk car, it would be shiny and pretty. You could have great tires. You could put a bar in the back. I mean, You could fix it so you got great mileage, but the thing is, you wouldn't go anywhere unless you put gas in it. In that junk car metaphor, teachers and paras are the gasoline, and disciplinarians are the steering wheel. Fill that shiny car up with 87 octane and off you'd go. You have to keep filling the tank though. And pretty much every year, the price of gas goes up. You following this metaphor? How is this for perspective? I remember buying gas at the Navy base in Groton when I was a new driver and paying, anyone want to guess? 28 cents a gallon. Will gas ever cost that little again? I doubt it. Like the cost of lobster and eggs and housing and insurance and the cost of business, gas prices creep up over the years because costs go up. The world changes every day in so many ways. This is what I wanted to say. Again, kids are all different, and each different class of students is a mix that has its own personality, morning to afternoon, and year to year, and probably decade to decade. They don't give generations names like boomers and millennials and Gen Z without reason. They help identify how the world was at that time. My personal perspective results from having observed that the vast majority of teachers and paras bend over backwards to succeed every day and making sure that every student in their care gets everything they need. It's very tough to do that day in and day out. I sincerely hope you will consider putting back as much as possible of that $1.18 million from the education budget that will negatively affect every teacher's job in Killingly, every para's job, and ultimately every kid's experience. Help teachers and paras be excellent mentors. Oh, I was really pleased to hear somebody say that in the meeting. Sorry, my mouth gets dry when I'm nervous. I was happy to hear someone mention about teachers that are mentors to kids and how important it is. Please help them continue to give their all during this time.
My name is Tobias Dexter, 798 Hartford Pike, Dayville. Now, I haven't always lived here in Killingly. I've only lived here for the last 4 or 5 years. But through all the schools that I've been to, I've definitely gotten the most support in Killingly. And all the teachers definitely cared the most here. Whether it was freshman year, Ms. Doherty was always there for me in English when I was behind, staying after with me so I could do work. My bad. Whether it was through the last sophomore and senior year, Mr. Klein has always been there for me. Oh my gosh. My bad, public speaking ain't me. I just don't think that it's fair cutting all these jobs. Like, I get stuff get expensive, but I feel like that $15 or $22 or whatever it was to up on the taxes is worth the jobs that we need here, whether it's Ms. Vance or whether it's our secretary, Ms. Delaporta. Those $22 ain't nothing to their whole career. They got kids at home that they gotta take care of. And just because you don't want to pay $22 up in your taxes, you're gonna have them suffer and lose their job? That's just not right to me. And the fact that they already struggle now with the budget we got now to get supplies and stuff like that, I feel like we should add more money, if not, keep it the same, because this getting rid of it is just, it's gonna keep us digging some more of a hole than we already in. People complain all the time talking about how we don't have enough supplies, this, that, and the third. If you take away 1.8 million, we're not going to have nothing. And then what is that? Like, this is the future coming in this school. You going to give them nothing to, like, build with? Like, I just don't think that's right. So I think that we should increase the budget. If anything, what that lady said earlier, that 1 million or whatever, I think we should do that compared to the subtracting 1.8 million.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Mago. I live at 23 Lincoln Road, Danielson, Connecticut. I'm a senior at Killingley High School.
My name is Nora DiMartino. I live in Plainfield, but I'm a part of the Killingley Ag program.
I'd first like to start off by discussing taxes. I understand everything is expensive. Every price goes up. We can't change that. But at what point do you think that the price of taxes are more important than the future of our generations? If you take this money away, you are saying that your taxes are more important than the future of this town. Where do you think these students are going? They're going to be in your spots one day, and you want them to run this town, but on a lack of education, what are they going to do? They can't run a town if they don't even know how to learn. I would start off by saying I take many AP courses, and I know if you were to cut that, many, many students would not be able to pay those fees. It's not fair. It's how we get into college. It's how we build our education. We are not able to do that if you cut this funding.
I would just like to say that, I'm not going to lie, I followed my sister here for this school, but after my second day, I really realized why she stayed here. She took a lot of challenging courses, so I did too. My teachers who taught those classes were the reason I stayed, like Miss Abel. Miss Abel reminded me the other day, we have our AP exam on Wednesday. She reminded me that you are not just your score, which was, I struggled a lot during school. I took a lot of AP courses, and I realized that it was definitely not a good idea for me. School was always really hard for me. I had a lot of tutors, and I struggled a lot mentally, but all my teachers really helped to encourage me. The guidance counselors here really helped me throughout my journey here, and I'm now going to a 4-year, and I've decided I'm going to med school to be a doctor. Without the challenging courses here and without our teachers, I would not have realized what I want to be. I want to be a pediatric anesthesiologist. And if I didn't take these challenging courses, I definitely would not be going anywhere in life. And all these teachers have really motivated me to keep going and to really believe in myself and that you're just not your school grades. You can be anything you want, and you just really need to push through. And these teachers do need the money to provide. Many of my teachers take out of pocket, paying for class parties for us, buying snacks. Miss Abel gave us little goodie bags this morning to motivate us for AP tests. Teachers need the money, so thank you.
To add on to that, to show how this would negatively affect our students, I would like to say that I have firsthand experience. My freshman year of high school, I had a math teacher, and he had left halfway through the school year to go to a different school, which fell back on our teachers. They lost their preps, and they were just fully teaching us. It affected them heavily, and I have seen the burnout that teachers experience when you add this workload onto them. When you add these students are not getting the education that they deserve, and it's not fair to the teachers, and it's not fair to the students. It is not okay to cut this budget. It is just negatively impacting the future generations.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Parcell. I live at 75 Timber Lane, Wellington, Connecticut. very proud to be working for the school district. I moved here a few years ago from a different district where I was for quite a long time, for most of my career. I could not be happier working in this district. The parents have been outstanding, administrators, all my coworkers. I was saying the other day, I could walk into any of their classrooms and just see like the talent here. It is really amazing. The children are so amazing. I work with kindergarten students. I'm here mostly to talk about, because everyone else has said pretty much everything I wanted to say, but I'm concerned about having an administrator cut from KCS. And there's many, many reasons for that. But the one I want to talk about is MTSS, and I'm not sure how many of you on the board are familiar with that, the multi-tiered system of supports. And our administrator, both of them, but with one of them leaving, it's going to have such an impact on our students, all the way up from kindergarten through high school, because MTSS is where we catch any problems that a student might have. We meet with their parents, we hit it on right away. So before they get to second grade, we know what the weaknesses are, we can help them. And I want you to really think about down the line, if a student is not allowed the opportunity to learn how to read, think about how that affects their life. To me, it's life or death, honestly, in this day and age. I'm not being dramatic. If you go through school and you don't get the resources you need that you're entitled to as a citizen, I'm sorry, that's robbery. Everyone deserves that. Everyone in Killingly deserves that. And it's caught at a young age. That's what it's caught. If you get up to 5th grade and you're not a reader at that point, yes, maybe you can catch up, but the gamble is maybe you cannot. And I'm sorry, our little kids here deserve better than that. I have been, thanks friends, love you. Without naming names, I came from a district that did not have the budgeting. And let me tell you, there were so many problems that came from that. And as much as I love my students, and I still miss them, it's just, to work in that kind of environment is just unsustainable. We love our kids. Why would you teach elementary school? Why would you teach if you didn't love your children? So, yes, God knows I don't want anyone to lose their job. At the end of the day, the kids are what matter here. They are the ones, that's why we're here. That's why we have a job. If we can't service our kids, how does that make us feel? How does that make us feel as a society? It doesn't make me feel good. I love my little friends. All my friends over here, we love our children. We come back every day because we love them so much. And things are working at our school. They're working well. Why dismantle it? I hope that the members of the board learn a little bit more about MTSS. If you don't know about it, maybe you do, but if you don't, please try to look into that to see what the impact is on our students, all the way up from little ones to seniors and beyond. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, Holly Blade, 14 Mayhew Drive. I've lived in town for about 20 years. I have 5 kids who have gone through the district. 2 have graduated. 1 is a senior this year. I also have a kindergartner, so I have the wide spectrum. We've been through every school in the district from Goodyear all the way through the high school. And I just wanted to say that cutting our education budget directly jeopardizes the future of everyone in our district. Reducing funding means fewer teachers, overcrowded classrooms, outdated materials, and limited access to additional essential support services like counseling and special education. These cuts disproportionately harm the vulnerable students in our community and widen achievement gaps, increasing the risk of long-term social and economic consequences consequences, such as higher dropout rates, lower earning potential, and as a 2023 Harvard Law School study found, it also increases involvement with the justice system. Investing in education is an investment in a safer community, a stronger workforce, and a brighter future for all of our children. I challenge anyone in this room who is looking to vote no on the budget increase to find a child that you love and care about in your life and tell them that $33 is too much to spend on their education. Have a good day.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Blaine, your bus mechanic, town of Kinley. Oh, I am.
Sorry. Lisa Higgins, 26 Lum Street, Danielson. I'd like to move the question.
Marcia Griffiths Farquhar, 139 Griffiths Road, South Killingly. I second.
So we have a motion and a second to move the question. Yes. So the motion on the table was the increase of the budget of $1.1 million for the Board of Education to bring the total education appropriation of $49,038,817. So there's a motion right now. I will explain. A motion to move the question means that would end discussion and we would move to a vote. At that point, we already have a motion and a second. At that point, no one else who's been waiting in line all this time would be able to speak. We would just move into the vote. All those in favor of moving the question? Wait.
No.
Actually, you need 2/3.
Point of order, Mr. Anderson.
Okay.
Point of order.
All right, so
Point of order, right? We have a motion and
yep,
a second.
we have a motion and a second.
I have discussion. There's this.
When there's a call to vote, calling the motion to vote, there is no discussion at that point. Once there's been a first and a second, this is by Robert's rules. So at this point, we're going to do a vote again. As we had before, you'll have to come forward with your IDs.
Mr. Anderson,
Now,
I'd like to call a point of order, please. I question the process in which we've moved to a secret ballot, and I would like you to reconsider that, especially for this vote, given the amount of time the last vote took over an hour, and right now we are voting whether or not we are going to move a question. We are not actually voting on the actual question of $1.1 million, so we will need to do that 2 times. Connecticut statute, I briefly, during the hour-long votes, consulted with the Board of Education attorney, and I don't know that we can do that in that regard based on statute and FOIA regulations. Nonetheless, I would ask you as moderator to reconsider the card vote, and I would also like the 2 persons who made the first and the second motion to understand. I don't know that they knew that the ripple effect of what their motion and second moving to question would do. No, I'm not done. And
there's Ms. Lannon.
Yes. I just would like, I don't think that they knew that they would cause 100 people or whatever it is in this room to have to come up and vote twice versus letting 2 people finish public comments.
That being said, if the people who made their motion in a second to move the vote want to withdraw their motions, that would then allow anyone else who wants to speak, and then there would only be, and then if we end deliberations, then there would just be a vote. So whoever it was that made the motion in the second would have to come up to the microphone and withdraw.
I withdraw my motion. Lisa Higgins, 26 Lum Street, Danielson.
Thank you.
I withdraw I'll second that. I withdraw my motion. Marcia Griffiths Farquhar, 139 Griffiths Road.
Thank you. So at this time, anyone who would like to speak regarding the budget, the item that's...
I was waiting for the line to get a little smaller.
It failed.
Sorry, everybody. This seems to be some rude people. My name's Dave Blaine, bus mechanic. I am here to speak about not only should not you take $50,000 out of our parts budget, you should double that. Prices of a basic brake job is $1,000 on a big bus. Oil change, oil filters, how much does it cost on your Honda or Subaru? Well, triple that for a bus. Tires for $300 to $500 a piece, and we're getting what they call state bid. We always check. State of Connecticut comes in once a year. Nobody in this room is signing the brake reports but me. They don't go after the board. They don't go after you guys. If that bus is down, DMV with the handcuffs are coming for me. Don't take no parts from our budget.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Belanger. I am the transportation supervisor proudly of the Killingly Public School System since July of 2021. I am also a survivor. My mother passed away due to a tragic car accident with an oil tanker in 1991 because she worked for a recycling company that decided to cut its parts funding and not maintain its vehicles properly, where she lost her brakes and didn't come home to her 4-year-old child. We currently transport 1,500 students in the town of Killingly every day, to and from school, to and from sports, to and from anything that they need to go to. We're not transporting watermelons, we're transporting people's families and human life. So when it comes to maintenance and repair of our vehicles, there really is no room for discussion. It is going to be what it's going to be. And as a director and as a mechanic, we will not run something that is not fit and sound to hold your kids on the road.
Kirsten Smith, 560 Putnam Pike, Dale, Connecticut. I am a paraprofessional at KIS, and I'm a recent high school graduate from class of 2024. Although I did not go to Killingly High School, I did attend KIS and KCS and KMS. Recently, I was taking a class at Quinebaug Valley for U.S. education, and we were asked to do an assignment think about our favorite teachers from the past. And thinking about that, it made me reflect on my time at Killingly. And I wanted to take a moment to recognize Matthew Sierkowski, who is the reason why I'm a teacher today. But while I was thinking back, although I was not going to school initially to be a teacher, if it wasn't for teachers like him, I would not be standing here today. And if this budget gets cut, I will not have a job in 4 years when I graduate from college to be a second grade teacher. So I just want you to reconsider this budget cut and think about your future teachers of Killingly.
Sorry. I'm Abigail Gillis. I'm an English teacher here at KHS. I don't live here. I'm 41 Crystal Lane in Storrs. But I know we're trying to get out of here, but one of wonderful, fabulous seniors wrote a statement. She's at work tonight. She can't be here. And I know she wanted someone to read it, and so I want you all to hear it. If we cut the budget by almost $2 million, our quiet corner community's children's education will be at risk. These cuts will affect students' abilities to properly learn, their social emotional skills, and their physical and emotional safety. I don't have any reading disability, but I can't read out loud in class. It's not a nerves thing. It's because I was never taught to properly read due to not having a librarian at my sending school. The most essential years for learning how to read are grades 2, 3, and 4, the grades at Killingley Memorial School, the upper elementary school for Killingley children. If they lose their library media specialist, those kids are going to struggle like I have struggled. The library is a crucial place for children in this age group and their learning. I'm personally an out-of-town student, so I've only experienced library at KHS, but our librarians have had a positive impact on the entire school community. Circulation of books is up this year compared to last year, which means more children are reading and improving their literacy skills. The KHS librarian is helping with the majorly detrimental cell phone problem by applying for grants that provide alternatives to phone use. They create opportunities for kids to interact face-to-face and improve their social emotional skills. What happens if there are no librarians? Moreover, cutting even one classroom teacher position will increase class size. Bigger classes would mean less time spent on instruction and education, and more time with the teacher addressing increased misbehavior, which tends to follow from having a large class. I had an English class last year with 23 students, and that exact scenario was a major issue compared to this year with 14 students in my English class. I can attest to this. I am that English teacher. Now, we don't have these problems, and my teacher has time to work one-on-one with each student and doesn't have to constantly stop class to address misbehavior. For my final point, I want to talk about safety. I know safety is a major priority for our district and our families. We're cutting positions for nurses. Imagine if the only nurse in the building is with a student who's having a medical emergency, and then your child also has a medical emergency at the same time. Who is supposed to aid your child? Although I am graduating KHS in a few weeks, so these budget cuts will not affect me, I know how indispensable a good education is for our future community. Killingley schools educate not only Killingley children, but children from the larger community. Every one of those children deserves the best education humanly possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Greg Despathi, 321 Ross Road in Killingley. I want to thank everyone for letting me speak. And I'd like to thank everyone on the council, both sides of the aisle, for being very civil, and everyone here for being very civil, because I've been in town meetings which have not gone this well for as long as we've been here. So I want to thank everyone. I had a lot to say as I was sitting there. I wasn't going to stand, but I would regret not speaking this way. I'm retired. I live in the town of Killingley for about 6 years now. Both my boys have graduated from the school system here. If it wasn't for the teachers here in the school system, I don't think they would be doing as well as they are. My background is in emergency services. I'm a career fire chief. I've retired 2 years ago. And I was in the city of Norwich, and being a firefighter in the city, I've gone to some of the worst places you want to go to see people at their worst time. And what I've seen there, one thing that people have to realize, and that isn't just the council I want to talk to. I want to talk to everybody here in this room that's going to vote, and everybody that's listening that's going to vote later on, is the school is an investment. You can't judge it by its actual outcome. This investment, it lasts years. My kids are in their 20s. I have a house that I'm going to pay $1,000 more a year in taxes. I know it. But this is an investment down the line. This is in future generations. The kids that are coming up, they need the school, they need the teachers, they need this education. This is where they get their stability. This is where they learn to better themselves, to be better in the community. I know that this part of Connecticut is very depressed. I mean, for when you look at some of the other end of the state has lots of money. They're not struggling like we are. Everyone here is struggling to pay their taxes. They're struggling to work. Like I said, I'm retired. I'm on a fixed income. But I see this as an investment to help the town. All the kids, if you educate them, if you bring them up, they're going to better themselves. They're going to better the town. They're going to bring everything back here, which is in turn going to bring more into town. You go down through downtown and it's empty. That's because nobody is staying here because they're not educated. They're leaving. This is how you keep people here. You educate them. You bring them into the town. You want them to be smarter, to learn, to do better. Folks, that's really all I got to say. I want to thank everyone for being very patient tonight. Okay?
My name is Susan Spagnolo. I'm a school nurse in this district for 28 years, 25 years at KISS and 3 years at Goodyear. I'd just like to speak up on behalf of the fact that
Can you state your address for the record, please?
I am from Woodstock, Connecticut, and Route 171 if you need more detail. Our nurse supervisor position has been cut, and I'd like to say that I find that a very difficult thing for us nurses. We have 10 nurses that work every day. We have substitute nurses. We depend upon our supervisor to order our supplies, to answer our legal questions, to make sure we have the medications that we need, make sure that we have a medical professional that she can coordinate with. We have many, many things that she does for the nurses so that we can do our everyday job. We don't have to spend time on the phone looking for answers to questions that we've never had to answer before. We have questions that regard to our medical programs that don't always work properly. She gets the answers that we need. She provides us the information that we need to do our job properly. And I would just like to say I'd like to see her job reinstated. Thank you.
Carrie Pacheco, 28 Deerwood Drive. I actually was raised here and went through the school system. I left here originally, came back. My son started school at St. James. He got to the 3rd grade and he started to really struggle. I knew they didn't have the things that he needed to provide him with the help he needed. I then left. We moved to South Windsor because I wanted my child to get his needs met, and I wasn't sure that he would here. And the only reason I say that is because of the lack of funding. The need here is immense. The need for children, what they need here. The kids, they come in hungry. We feed them our own snacks. They come in from homes that are broken. We're their only safe place sometimes. My son wanted to come back here. I was resistant. He begged. I said, let's go. We're coming back. He is a freshman here at Killingley High School, taking honors classes and doing fabulous. He's back with his friends. I'm back in my community that I resisted for a really long time. I'm a teacher, a special educator at the high school. For anyone who hasn't spent a day in a school, I ask you, I welcome you. Come and spend a day. Look at these kids. Look at their needs. We work day in and day out because we love them. We want them to have the best education so that they can come back and put into this community. That is essential. That is something that if we want to grow this community, if we want to have successful humans return to this community, that is what we need. I'm not even going to say we need the funding. We desperately need the funding. We desperately need the funding. I don't do this for me. I do it for those kids. And these kids here that spoke tonight, that couldn't hold back tears, we matter to them. And we want to be able to continue to do our jobs. But if you take away money from us, how much longer can we function as humans? People forget, like, we're humans too, and we want to do the very best we can for these kids. It is essential that we have the money to do so. We love them. We want to help them. We want them to have successful lives. That's all we want for these children. So please consider that. Anyone who has not stepped inside a school in years, it is so different and there are so many needs. Please take that into consideration. And please, please do not cut this budget. It is needed. It's essential. It is essential to the kids, but it's essential to the staff, because we can't do it all alone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Horvath, 3088 David Ave. I have been a proud Killingley resident for the last 22 years and a Killingley High School graduate. After earning my degree from the University of Maine, I made the deliberate choice to return here as an educator to give back to the town that raised me. For the past 3 years, I've served here at the Killingley Public Schools District. My entire career has been devoted to early elementary education. Due to the proposed budget cuts, my position is being eliminated, and I am being moved to 6th grade, a level I have no experience in. I have spent years developing my skills to teach foundational math and literacy. I work closely with our most vulnerable learners, including students with special needs and those affected by poverty and trauma. I've built strong relationships with families, helping them become active partners in their child's education. I know what first graders need: structure, consistency, and a trained teacher specifically in early childhood development. That's the work I do every day, and it's where I make the greatest impact. I've invested my heart into the position, not during just school hours, but through after-school activities as well, such as enrichment clubs, school events, and countless hours creating materials tailored to my students. This is more than a job to me, it's a calling. Reassigning me to a grade level I'm not designed for doesn't serve our students. These cuts are decisions that will have real consequences for our children, who are our future. We are experiencing a high record number of students with specialized needs. One teacher alone cannot meet these needs without adequate support. Without proper staffing and funding, learning gaps will widen, and the long-term success of students and our community will suffer. Educators like myself pour our hearts and souls into this work every single day, but we cannot do it without your support. We need more resources, not less. We need the tools and positions necessary to give each child the education they deserve. I urge you to reconsider these cuts and invest into our schools. Help us continue to build a stronger future for Killingley, starting with its children. Thank you for your consideration.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Do you know how many veterans live this area? Do you know how many people fought, lived, and died so that we could have a way of life where our children can have good education? The rest of that song pertains to the rocket red flare, bombs bursting in air, and the flags. How many people through that night died to hold up that flag? Does anybody know? I don't. But every time that flag was shot down and the person died holding it up, another person took their place. My point is, we need to have the courage of our convictions. There's a lot of money in this budget, sure. I have a list of 6 items here that could be cut without taking money away from students and programs. There's a bridge that needs to be replaced. We need to do it this year, $600,000. It's been there, been in this condition for a while. Or find a way to fix it without spending $600,000. There's repairs in the park for $100,000. Not sure what they are, but it seems to me education is more important. And maybe we'll get more creative on how we spend our money.
Mr. LeBeau, we're currently on Board of Education deliberations.
I'm sorry, I had to step out for an emergency and came back. But I can see Mary shaking her head. The only other one I have is Killingley Intermediate School, $5.5 million. Take $1 million out of that and move it to the next year. You can't spend $5.5 million in 1 year on a school project. Okay? So, and to everyone who has spoken here tonight in earnest, we all respect. We should respect one another and respect the attitudes, the opinions we have because they come from different walks of life. I've worked all around the country all my life, and here I am, where I grew up. There's a good reason to live here in Killingley. Let's keep it a good reason. Make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to acknowledge we did have people who had submitted comment by email. Those will be available on a town website. Of those, just a quick summary. 4 of them were in support of the library, 2 were in support of the Board of Education, and 1 was in support of the Parks and Recs Department. I'd like to take a minute just to thank Ms. Colorio for her time that she's dedicated to this community. Today is actually her last day she's going to be working here, not just as town manager, but many years that she was dedicated prior when she was our finance director, and she will definitely be missed. I have learned a ton from her. I do want to add a little bit of information to what Mr. Ian McDonald had brought up about the elderly tax freeze program. Just a little bit of information. You need to be a resident of Killingley for at least 4 years. You need to be 70 years old as of December 31st prior to the first year you apply. The annual income limits are $45,200 if single, $55,100 if married for the calendar year preceding the application. And he was correct. The application process, time frame for the process is February 1st to May 15th, so May 15th is coming up quickly. If anyone has any questions on that, whether they're eligible or not, they can reach out to our assessor's office. I do want to speak a little bit. I don't know how many people know my background. I come from a family of educators and education administrators. I have 2 sisters, a brother-in-law, my stepmom, one of my cousins, and my grandmother were all educators. My aunt was an educator and then became a school principal. I myself went to school to get my certification to teach vocational technical education. I knew it was going to be a pay cut, and I did it anyway because I wanted to be able to give back. I fully support our teachers. I know my experience growing up. I bounced around school to school a lot as a child. I would not have graduated high school had it not been for some of my teachers. My senior year of high school, I was ready to drop out. I was homeless at one point. I had one of my history teachers reached out to me and encouraged me to keep going. Had it not been for him, I would have dropped out and I would not have gotten my high school diploma. While I was homeless, my gym teacher actually allowed me to shower in the morning at the school. So I completely understand the dedication our teachers have for our students and how important that is. Yeah, and like I said, I would not be here if it wasn't for all the influence my teachers had on me growing up. It's a difficult position to be in up here on this side of it. We hear both sides of it. I myself have heard from so many people in town who have reached out to me about their financial situation and that they can't afford the tax increases. And I had someone at a meeting at the library last week that brought up a fact that I wasn't aware of, and I was actually astonished. He brought up that we have 6,000 people in town that are on Medicare. I was not aware of that. I actually did research, and I found out it was through the state's website that 34% of Killenly's population is on Medicare, which I was totally astonished by. And knowing the amount of people that reached out to me about their financial situation and how they're not sure if they're going to be able to afford to live here any longer, and it's not just the taxes, it's everything. It's the cost of gas, it's the cost of electricity. And the thing I look at too is we have all these unfunded mandates coming out of the Capitol. We look at the Board of Education is losing $400,000, and now the state's asking Killenly taxpayers to pay 42% of the tuition for out-of-town VOAG students to come to Killenly. How is that fair to Killenly taxpayers? I ask everyone here to reach out to your representatives at the Capitol and ask them to change that legislation. It's not fair that our taxpayers have to pay for students coming from other towns. The other towns are getting the tax break. Why don't our taxpayers pay their fair share? Why don't the other towns pay their fair share like our taxpayers have to? Why should that burden fall on Killenly's taxpayers? And then the other thing we had happen was with the car tax, and now the state's looking to completely abolish the car tax, which at that point, that's going to shift even more of a burden on the homeowners. I have the floor.
Yes, I understand that, but you have the right to have the floor and choose a side. I'm just
I
asking.
apologize. Jason Anderson, 125 Lake Road.
Okay, but I thought we were done.
No, we weren't. No, no. All the council members and Board of Education members have the opportunity to speak just as well as everyone in the audience
And I
did.
understand.
And I have the floor at this point, so I would ask you to let me finish.
I will, but you are pushing your own agenda.
We're allowed to, just as you are. So, that being said, it is a difficult position to be in on this side. And it's hard for us to weigh, because it's more than just dollar numbers. It impacts everyone. It impacts our students. It impacts the teachers. It impacts all the residents of town. And it impacts the future. And it's a difficult position to be put in up on this side. It really is. And it's a struggle for us. And for me, I've had a mixed experience with Killenly's school system. My daughter had an IEP when she first moved into Killenly, and at KIS they helped her get through that. But then, and the teachers were phenomenal. But on the administrative side, that's where I've always had my issues in the town of Killenly. When you have something that happens that by state statute is a sexual assault, and the assistant principal at KIS sweeps it under the rug and tells you, oh, his dad is a state trooper, he'll handle it at home, and then the girl continues to get bullied for the rest of the year and the school does nothing, there's a problem with administrators. I have gone to the superintendents about it, not Ms. Nash. Previous superintendents got nowhere on that. So I have mixed experience with it. And like I said, it's not the teachers. The teachers do a phenomenal job. Our students are so important to our community because it is our future. And it's a difficult position to be in on this side. And it's not up to the town council to decide when the cuts that have been proposed by the Board of Education, those don't come from the council. We don't say, cut this position, cut that position. That's the Board of Education and the superintendent that decide where to make those cuts. So, I just wanted to explain what it's like being on this side of it when we have to look at this budget, and it's not just, and we hear everyone that's here, we absolutely do. But we also hear the people that come to the council meetings, the people that when we have coffee with the council to reach people out in the public, people that have trouble with public speaking, to give them an opportunity to come to the council members, talk to the Board of Education members. We've started doing them at local coffee houses, whether it's on the weekends or in the evenings, and we have those posted on the town's website. And we encourage people to come out. because that's how we make our decisions, is all the input we get from everyone. And it's not just from one group. We listen to everyone, whether it is those of you who are here today, those of you who we run into on the street, those who we run into, like I said, at the Coffee with the Council, or come to the town meeting, the meetings at the town hall. It's not that we're not listening to you, and please don't think that, because we absolutely do. It's just tough when you're trying to balance all the input you get from all the different groups in town.
Tony Giambattista, 34 East Franklin Street, Danielson, Connecticut. So as the town council, we're also the finance board here. So we voted, we approved the contractual obligations, which is about 1.1 million. And then we took half of it away, which I found just to be a little unfair. The 5%, maybe that's a high number to come in at, I understand that. But we did. We all approved that number, and then we cut it in half, so we didn't even give you the contractual, which I think was just a little heavy. The number at 2354, I thought it's a big ask, it's heavy. To Mr. Dispathy's point, when you're thinking of young people here, if you don't know this area, we have 38% of our males between 18 and 25 are disengaged here. They don't work. They're not participating in society. And if we don't see that as a direct reflection of support and education, I don't know what we're doing here. I just don't get it. I understand this 34%. Mr. Anderson is absolutely correct. It's very difficult to think about older folks and whether they can stay in their home or not. It is, but it doesn't mean that you push the next generation under the rug and you give them less. I just think that that's very nearsighted, and I'm completely against it. I'm all for the 1.1 addition, bringing it to 1.65 million. And that's it for me.
Is there any further comment?
My name is Stephanie Anto Benedetto. I live at 18 Cranberry Bog Road in Danielson. I'm a para at KIS, and I love all these people. My question is to Andy Whitehead. You've been sitting here for all this time. You've heard all these people, all these teachers, these paras, these parents. I'd like to ask you, do you still think that our system is considered a junk vehicle?
My point is, there's so much money being wasted that could be gone to the kids. And I was told by past board members of the Board of Education that we needed more money to teach our kids. So what is the number?
Take the $2 million for the roads and put it for the kids.
Excuse me?
Put the $2 million for the roads and put it for the kids.
That's up to you, you know, and somebody brought up all these people here. This is great to see these people here, but you really need to show up at other council meetings. I mean, come out, voice your opinion. You realize that there's $990,000 that was spent on DEI hires when we didn't even have to. That wasn't a state mandate. That wasn't a state. Give me a chance. I didn't boo you guys. A lot of money is top heavy. A lot of money is wasted, and you know what? You gotta give the money to the kids. If you really want to give the money to the kids, I hear people saying you can't afford $200, $50,000 to do the buses. Well, if you can't run the school like a business, you're just gonna keep inflating.
Adam Griffiths, 98 Griffiths Road. Public service
and the services that are provided to the town are never run like a business because they're not intended to be run like a business.
So,
excuse me, I have the floor, sir.
well,
And you can wait,
stopped
sir,
me.
because I have the floor. So, when we do solid waste, guess what? That is to serve the entire town. When we have library, it's not designed to make money because it's to serve the town. When we educate our kids, it's not to make money, it's to serve the town and the greater good. Running a business is not the same as running all of our community needs. And it's disparately different. And as a finance board member, I would expect you to know that. Unfortunately, you don't.
So with your obviously great intellect, so that means we just spend money needlessly without any responsibility, right? That's what we do. We're here to spend the townspeople's money efficiently. Efficiently, not just carte blanche, not just spend the money wherever we feel like spending the money. It needs to be efficient.
Adam Griffiths, 98 Griffiths Road. So when I was on the town council, do you know how much we raised our mill rate? Do you know? Take a guess. Let's see, we raised it 0.01, we raised it 0.1, we had a flat mill increase. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about balancing a budget and making sure that our needs are met as well as making sure we're fiscally responsible. So don't talk to me about just throwing money away, because I do know what it means to sit up there and decide what is important and what is not important. And I agree with Mr. Anderson, it's not an easy thing. But to treat these taxpayers like they don't know anything, to call our school system a junk car? How incredulous. These are our kids. These are kids that are going to serve us in our community. You want to go at them and look at them in the eye, and that's how you treat them?
No, I want to see fiscally responsible. That's what I want to see, a fiscally responsible budget. That's what it is. You were in the town council when it was before COVID happened. Everything goes crazy after COVID happened. COVID this, COVID that, COVID that. Okay.
I have a question.
What was your percent increase? What was your
Before
percent increase
COVID,
with
there
the
was
oil?
always something else. There's always another problem. And if you want to pass the buck, then you pass the buck, and that's fine. But I like Teddy Roosevelt. But buck has to stop here. So stop making excuses, do the job you're elected to do, or find someone else that'll do it.
Adam, can I ask you something before
Thank
you
you very
leave?
much, but
Adam.
I'll always be fiscally responsible. If you don't like it, vote me out. That's what I got to say. I will always watch out for the taxpayers' money.
Patty George, 156 Country Club Road. Adam, can I ask you a question? When you talked about the mill rate being so low, what capital projects did you guys put on the table while you were doing that? Because we have Westfield and we have KMS that's really hitting us right now, and those have been coming down the road, and they were not done. So my question is, was your mill rate that low because projects were not getting finished? Or was it because you guys just manage your budget so well?
All right.
Point of order, Mr. Anderson.
Point of
Well, I appreciate that.
point of order. We're on discussion on the item, which is to add the 1.1 million back into the Board of Education budget. Is there any further discussion? All right. At this point, we will go to vote on this. Now, before you come up, we are going to do it a little bit different than we did before.
Point of order, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, point of order. I would like you to reconsider the secret ballot for this vote and try a handheld card ballot as was described in the meeting procedural. And if there is perhaps a procedural mistake, as you indicate there was last time, perhaps we can move to a secret ballot, but I do think that we should at least give the hand card ballot a chance.
That being said, I do know that there were some people who came in late who did not get a card because there was nobody at the front desk, so perhaps those people need to be checked in first, but I'd like you to reconsider the card ballot before a secret ballot.
Anyone who came in late, if we're doing a secret ballot, will still be able to vote, which addresses that issue. The fact that we had an issue of more people voting on that first vote than who came in and registered, and that wasn't a matter of them coming in later, because at that point, our registers were still outside. So I am going to move the question to vote. We are going to have the voting set up in the middle, in these middle tables. We're going to ask everyone to come down this aisle and then go back up that aisle.
So Jason, A and I gonna come down this
Yep,
aisle.
okay. Hang on.
D through J comes down you just release them.
All right.
That's
All right.
what it is. Hang on a second, you guys gotta wait until the registrars get
Yep,
here.
they got to get set up on the table.
Let them set it up.
Yep, move, well.
I have to be there for 6 a.m. It's all good. Beginning this time, I've changed. Variety.
No, we're in and out. We're doing it this way because of the people that were here with wheelchairs, so they can have access to get back out and not have to go back through. Everyone's coming. I'm going to go up there and direct that.
Adam. I have you. All right.
Jason, I was wrong, by the way. It was a ordinance. It was not. What happened is we put it on the charter revision.
Yep.
And then we took it off at the last minute because we said there were too many questions.
So how did it get voted on, Adam? How did it get voted on?
It was an ordinance. So as an ordinance, we put it up to a November election.
Hang on, I actually had that up here.
It got voted on.
You're all set.
Okay. And this is, again, to increase, right?
Yes.
Ula, would you mind getting
No, I
a
figured it
trash
out. I
bag
was
from
wrong
over there
about
that we
that,
were
though.
putting
It
the
was a
scraps
November
in? I
election,
think
but
it's
I was
over
wrong
near,
about it being on charter revision.
near where
All right.
Mary is,
So
like
this
in
is the
front of her.
charter revision.
Yeah, it wasn't in the charter revision. I was wrong about that. I researched it. I could have sworn it was, but I was wrong.
I thought it was too.
I think it's because we originally put it in there. It's not in there. That is the charter revision. I looked at it, and it wasn't there. And I think it's because I did find it in. I found it in an ordinance subcommittee minutes.
So we can cut it, yeah, so.
You can cut it down to 500.
Yep,
So you could cut
okay.
1,000 out of the budget.
Yep.
I believe you still have to leave the 500 in. Well,
Thank
you have to take it from unexpected.
Yeah, because I remember there was something weird that happened when we,
Oh, wait a minute, you're over here.
everybody said to give up theirs, and COVID, 2020.
Well, it's up in weird there. Very weird.
Now, actually, here it is. There's discussion regarding opposition. Okay, here it is. There was discussion regarding opposition that had been expressed regarding increasing the stipend for town council members. It passed to the council level May 14, 2019.
Exactly, and then we took
Okay.
it out. we took it out and we put it back to the ordinance subcommittee. The ordinance subcommittee passed it, put it to the council, and the council put it to,
Well, this is saying, no, it passed the council May 14, 2019, and it'll take effect in December. So it passed the council May 14, 2019.
yes. No,
So
no,
that would
I
have
just
been
mean
ordered.
it was an ordinance.
It didn't go through,
It didn't go
yeah.
through. We took it out of the,
Yeah,
but
because,
it was
yeah, because there was a
discussed.
lot of questions. Yep.
Yes, and that was, it took a while to be able to jog my memory, but I was wrong about that. Apologies.
Oh. I was holding it. Sorry, honey. What letter? F? Yep. What letter? What? Yep. Tina? Okay. Eliza? She is also. The letter? Way past my over there. What? What? Sorry. Here, this one. They both are. She's property. What letter are you? That line. All the way down. I've never seen one come out like this.
How many total voters are there?
Oh, tonight?
Yeah, what was the total?
I'm going to check with
What was your first name?
Huh?
Well, here's the thing. Well, right now they're
Oh,
checking.
tonight, yeah.
Yeah, right now they're checking IDs.
Right.
So at least that eliminates.
Your son Drew's great. He's a good one.
Thank you.
We might disagree on something, but Drew has been very
My,
good to my
my,
kids.
my heart
He's a good
is in the
boy.
right place.
You raised a good kid.
Thank you.
He's very good to my kids. He coaches them in wrestling.
Yep.
And my daughter, who's a little girl.
Yeah, that was cute.
Good job.
He's a good kid.
No, he didn't have his ID. He didn't have his ID. You got enough time to go into the bathroom? No, no, no,
problem is the complaint got filed today, so. Yeah, it'll take a while. I didn't want to blow the whole thing up right off the bat, but I thought about asking, oh, well, how much did it cost for that? And who authorized it? I was emailing Patty at 2:30 this morning. Oh, well.
There's usually a lot of you with that last name. There's usually a lot of you with that last name. Pretty common.
Sorry. 33% oh, yeah. Are used right in the schools. Kid was staring me down the whole time. What's that? That stupid kid that was in Brooklyn.
Eliza, she's on that.
No, by the time I got home.
This line right here. No, I know, it's late and we're tired. No, I thought you said Garland.
Yeah. Well, there was a guy that came through with a wheelchair and got back and he brought it up and I said, all right.
I miss being in Andrews. You know, everyone could spell it, everyone could pronounce it. It was wonderful.
Yeah, but I got, when I told me 6,000 people, I'm like, there's just no way. And I looked on,
She's all set.
I actually found out that it was 34%. And the crazy thing is, if you look at it, 13 of the 169 towns in Connecticut have 34% or higher percentage of people on Medicaid. You look east of Hartford area, there's 4. There's New London. Well, no, this side of Hartford. There's New London, Norwich, Hingham, and Putnam.
Eliza, Goodman is all set. I got you. You're Stephanie, right?
I know.
Okay.
I know.
We've already taken yours, Eliza. This one is all set, Stephanie? The government mandates that say how much? Down, third or fourth. Yeah. Hi again. So now this will pass everything in the chair, walk home, and then we'll vote. Your last name?
One of the worst things that happened home this November is I'm sure there's going to be backlash from this. There it is. So I looked at 34% and higher. You had Ansonia, Bridgeport, Canaan. Canaan shocked me because it's a wealthy area. East Hartford, Killenly, Meriden, New Britain, New Haven, which are all big cities other than New London, Norwich, Putnam, Waterbury.
Your last names? And they got rid of their car tax. So I sell a car, save money on one car, now it's costing me $1,200 on one car.
I could not believe.
Anyone A through I?
I bought a 2013 Tahoe. Paid $500 for it, a blown transmission. I paid $732 in sales tax when I registered it. DMV said it was worth $11,600. Now I'm getting taxed on $20,800. It's like,
Anyone A through H? And I pay that. That's what kills me. I didn't even pay that. I don't know. It's 3 years old.
how it's going to impact cars. If your car is
No, you just rip the one and it goes in right in here.
something that depreciates quick, you're actually going to be paying more tax than you were before. If you have a car that holds its value better, you're going to be paying less tax than you would the other way. So your
Anyone
Toyotas,
A
your
through
Hondas,
H?
your Acuras. Yeah. Yeah, that's. Oh, I know. I know.
Yours? That's me. Right? It's gonna be a while before you start counting here.
Yep. Well, I'm running out of that.
Hey, can I just see your ID, Ellen? A through I is on this side. That side. I know I have you here. Yep. You're on this list, that much I know. You changed list a little bit. Here's your ID. What? Yes, the bottom. All the way down. All the way down? Yep. This is A through I on this side. Yes, over there.
Hello, lady. I have, it's in there though. Get your bag out. It's under the table.
A through I is on this side.
It's nothing special. I thought you and Ruth would like it. You're gonna have so much more time.
All right, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. We have a result. The result of the vote, there are 117 votes in favor, 37 votes opposed. So the motion carries. At this time, are there any other discussion or deliberations on the Board of Education budget? Seeing none, we will adjourn the annual town meeting to the townwide referendum vote on May 13th. The voting hours will be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.